Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this working? Are we live? Hello, hello, hello. Love bug infestation. I need to watch the VOD from the collab that you had earlier today after I'm finished with stream. It looks like fun. His hatred has brought him to us. Something certainly has. Test, test, we are live. Got you loud and clear? Okay, excellent. So, are there any audio issues in terms of how you guys can hear me this time? Because I know that there was a bit of a pain last week, but is everything working alright now? So funny this is the topic because Marvel Rivals is having its own gatekeeping discussion. Gatekeeping is an eternal topic. That is, it's never going to fall out of relevance so long as there are hobbies and or communities online. So, she collabed with Yui, didn't she? Yeah, she did. You know, seeing Dizzy collab with Yui has gotten me thinking, there must be something going on in Canada in order to so consistently turn Asian women into either some of the best VTubers or some of the worst e-girls. I don't know what it is about that country, but it seems to be a bit of a pattern. I believe that Crony is from Canada, Yui's from Canada, Selen's from Canada. Well, no, not Selen. Doki's from Canada. Dizzy's from Canada. It's just something over there does something to women of Asian descent. What'd you think of the Kingsman drama? I thought it was a good drama in the sense that it hit all the nice story beats of a cathartic, you know, you had a very clear villain, you had a very clear conflict, and at the end you had a very resounding victory for the good guy. Scuffling. I mean, it's an EN stream, so... Oh yeah, Ina's also from Canada. It's crazy. I believe you're talking about... Not yet, Burbo, not yet. The liquid maple syrup in the works? Maybe. It's probably the fact that no one invests in industry here, just homes. Yeah, maybe. That could be it. Audio's good and balanced? Okay, excellent. There are a lot of Canadian streamers. Yeah, exactly. There are. And a lot of the big VTubers that I know of are they tend to be Canadian, which is funny. Canadian economy is so ass that people have to side job as streamers. You know, you might be onto something with that one. I was actually in Doki's stream today, and that pretty much just smoked the drama while watching her play the game. Yeah. That makes sense. I would expect that. I mean, the Kingsman thing is... I don't remember the last time that a gaming tournament related drama blew up this much. I think the last thing that is vaguely gaming streamer related popping up this much was the Pirate Software Clash of Clans thing. Though there may have been a few that I might have missed. Every Asian person I know IRL and online wants to move to Canada to have better life back then. Some of them already live there. Huh, interesting. I haven't really heard of a lot of people over here wanting to move to Canada. Though maybe that is a sample bias problem. Oh, Lumi, welcome. Welcome in. Showed up just in time. Wasn't the last one also Marvel Rivals? I don't remember if that one was something that broke into the mainstream or if it was just VTuber related. Because are you referring to the XQC Shroud Doki thing or something else? Because I don't usually well, admittedly, there's probably a lot of sample bias in the sense that I don't keep up with a lot of Marvel Rivals stuff. Not my thing, personally. But... yeah, no, it was pretty much impossible not to see at least some mention of the Kingsman thing over the past few days. It's really, really funny, though. It's really, really funny. This brings me back to when I was talking about drama last year in that stream. How there are certain things that end up transpiring in our space that just make for the perfect stories. Just the perfect storm of idiocy, ego, and at the end of the day, a chance for someone to win big by just not being a complete ass. I saw the Cha-Cha thing. I think it's a bit of a nothing burger, to be honest. She's unbothered. The people who are screeching are either white or they don't really have too much of a following. So, I don't think anyone important is complaining. I have so many opinions on today's topic. Okay. The machine at work broke, so I'm home tonight. Oh, I hope they get that fixed soon in case it ends up affecting your pay. But yeah, no, I'm glad to hear you have a lot of thoughts on this. I expect that a lot of people are going to have quite a number of differing opinions on this particular topic, which I am looking forward to sort of hearing from you guys. However, as I alluded to in the announcement for this stream, I do feel like, and this is something that a lot of you guys echoed in the comments of my post as well, it is a little disappointing how, well, actually, disappointing implies that I expected otherwise. It is a little sobering to look at how many people saw this topic Holy Potato King, thank you for the 50 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 50 new footstools. Holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, and thank you for becoming a footstool yourself as well. Well, that's 50 new footstools who now have access to emotes. Please, feel free to please thank Potato King for gifting those. And I hope you enjoy them. I need to check after the stream. I have to remind myself consistently after stream to check how many emote slots I have available, because I need to see if I can add an extra one or reserve an extra one. Hold on, let me check if I missed any other memberships before I started. But curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Thank you for your generosity, guys, especially so early into the stream. I haven't even said anything yet. Alright, but yeah, no, it was a bit sobering to see how many people were... Their contribution to this whole discussion, it could have been a pretty interesting topic, right? This idea of what defines the legitimacy of a VTuber, to what extent does the function of a VTuber have to be tied to the audience versus to the creator themselves? What has been the effect of porting VTuber over to the West on the medium and the subculture as it existed before? You know, all of these things are, in my opinion, quite interesting to think about. And yet, at the end of the day, most people just dumbed it down to these moral binaries of, you know, creator doing whatever they want good, audience having expectations bad, or kayfabe bad and authenticity good, or something along those lines. I'll go into more detail as to what the broader patterns in terms of how people ended up dumbing this whole thing down. I'll end up going into that in more detail later on in the stream, but what I'm hoping to accomplish here is inject back a little bit of that lost nuance, maybe take up a few opportunities to actually dig into some of the fundamental underlying assumptions that a lot of people on this side of the industry have about VTubing as both a medium and as an industry. Because very interesting thing that I noted throughout this is a lot of this discussion proved one of the things that gets beaten into your head in college, university, when you do something that is even vaguely related to arts, which is... Oh, sorry, give me a second. For some reason, my pop-out chat isn't working. Hold on. Let me try reopening it, because for some reason it crashed, I think. Okay, that's much better. Okay, yeah, because it really proved the whole culture is usually invisible to the people who live in it thing that you get taught and beaten into your head in arts. Because a lot of people, when they talk about Western VTubing, do not seem to register that Western VTubing is a product of a separate culture, just as VTubing in its origination was a product of Japanese culture. So again, that's something that I'm going to get into more further detail about later on down the line. But Master, thank you for the 5. One more thing for the next chill stream, you have to play Pathways the UK. I don't know about have to. But from what I've seen of the game, it doesn't even look to be that interesting. Dustborn was interesting as a train as a bit of a train crash because of the fact that not only was the messaging extraordinarily poorly thought out and poorly implemented, but it was a game that didn't even work properly for the most part. From what I hear, from what I've seen of Pathways, it just seems like your generic UK attempt at making a VN. So, interestingly enough, the JP side doesn't consider Peanut a VTuber. I mean, many on the EN side don't consider him a VTuber either. Are you aware of where the image came from? Yeah, don't worry. I know that I know where the image came from, in the sense that I've tried reverse image searching it, and the earliest instance of it registering on the search is, well, it does. I know that it comes from 4chan, or at least the earliest recorded instance of it being posted was 4chan. Western VTubing is closer to Twitch streaming than to JP VTubing. Funny you should say that. No spoilers though. To be fair, completely backfiring propaganda is really funny. Oh, I agree. I just think that in order for it to be interesting to the point where I would stream it, it would need to be a little bit more of a disaster mechanically as well. Because, I mean, if you're just going to... I think saying propaganda bad or propaganda stupid to a certain point becomes a little bit of a redundant message. So, I want a proper disaster if I'm going to end up playing through it on stream. I know because I made it? Huh, interesting. It's from 4chan? I know because I made it. I wonder... Do you have it posted anywhere else? Since you're the creator of the... Since you're, I don't have any way of verifying whether that's the case. Because right now I'm just looking at your YouTube username, so... Do you have a Twitter or something where you posted it publicly before you posted it onto 4chan? Or was 4chan the first place that you posted it, assuming that you actually are the artist behind this? What an insult. It's not enough of a disaster for me to care about. Look, I want games that are going to be an exceptional experience, good or bad. The problem with Pathways is that it's just mid. Yes, we can have it. Original post metadata on 4chan? Okay, alright, I see. What Masterin said earlier about streaming about how propaganda can backfire may be an interesting stream. That is true, though. That may be an interesting topic. So that is something that I will file away. Even if not a proper playthrough of Pathways. But in any case... Hold on, let me switch screens. Alright, there we go. Okay, so, as per usual, when we're diving into a topic of this nature, when I'm likely going to be pointing, laughing, and or criticizing things that other people have said online, few disclaimers. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. Observe the rule of observance. We do not touch the poo, and if you do, you will be banned from this stream and my community. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary, and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform, and or remains publicly available/traceable. This is why we're talking about it. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust for when the date of a post being shown, for example, was made or posted according to the time zone that it was posted in. However, I may have missed a day or two or a date or two on some of the posts that we're going to end up showing because of the fact that I live in Australia. And finally, I'll be narrating everything on screen, so if there's something that I end up showing on screen that you can't quite make out on your end, don't worry. Chances are I'll probably be narrating it aloud anyways. And even in the case that I don't, I'll be uploading the slides for this stream onto my personal Patreon, link in description, alongside the slides for all of my previous streams and all my future streams as well. So if you want to take a gander through these slides and their contents at your own leisure, you can access it by just signing on as a member of my Patreon for free. You don't actually need to pay any money. I just use it as a receptacle for a lot of the stuff that I end up making. So, with all that out of the way, a little walk down memory lane as to how this whole topic of discussion actually came to be in the first place. Like with most Twitter-initiated melees, it starts with a bit of engagement bait. A post that was made on January 5th by Twitter user Mara Eventry, which has the caption, "Got an opinion about VTubing that would get you like this," and then it shows the, that picture from a screenshot from that scene in Tangled where I believe the guy's name is Flynn, is surrounded by a bunch of swords. Now, as you can probably see, this is pretty transparently a post that's designed to farm engagement. Likes only 1.4k. However, impressions 8.2 million as of today. So, in terms of actually farming engagement, this tweet was a certified banger. And you would get, as predicted, a lot of various people, both fans, creators, and behind-the-scenes staff in this industry, commenting, replying, quote tweeting this post with various things that they assumed to be hot takes. And one such post that was made 2 days later on January 7th was by HR-chan, formerly manager of Sox Agency, or Sox VT, I don't quite remember what the formal name for that company is called anymore. And in which case she said, quote, "VTubers should be more honest about their relationship statuses. I understand you make more money when you're single, but I hate knowing people feel like they need to hide a whole half of themselves just to get by. Fans, be more supportive of your Oshi's love life." Now, this in and of itself was, well, I mean, it's a topic that has often been brought up and discussed on the inside of the industry, especially. Should VTubers disclose to their audiences if they are in a relationship or not? However, this approached it from a rather interesting angle, which is, I wish people didn't have to do that because fans should be more supportive of their Oshi. Now, this in and of itself probably wouldn't have kicked off too much. However, it would then be quote tweeted by another VTuber by the name of Cynical, in which case she would go on to elaborate on her experience being a VTuber who's in a committed relationship, who is married, and who has been open about that fact with her audience. 3 days later, she would write a post stating, quote, "Let me shed some light on this, since I am a VTuber who has been happily married since the beginning of my career. I want you to pay attention to the fact that she used that word, career, in the sense that this is something that she herself views as a profession, and has been very open to my community about it. One of the first pieces of advice given to me by a VTuber at the time was, quote, don't tell or show that you are with someone romantically, otherwise your career will flop and fail and you'll get no money, end quote. I didn't follow this advice, but I noticed after this advice was passed around at the time that I started. My husband and I actually sat down and had a conversation about this. Should I be open about my relationship status and risk never growing at all, or keep this part of me hidden in favor of possible viewership and die-hard fans? It only took me a second to reach the answer to this question. Nothing in the world is more important to us than our commitment to each other. That, and even if I did want to keep our relationship a secret, which I don't, I'd be horrible at it because we gush about each other a lot. So I decided that when I debuted for the first time on September 10th, 2021, that I would introduce myself to the world as a jackalope VTuber who is very happily married. Sure, growth was slower compared to others, but I never regretted being honest with my community, and now I am honestly honored that I have a community like mine. I am on a slow army crawl to Twitch and YouTube partner. As of today, she has on her Twitter profile that she is YouTube partner, not Twitch yet, who enjoys my content along with the banter I have with my husband. They even self-police the community. When people drop in and try hitting on me or start sexualizing me despite doing nothing to invite that kind of behavior, my chat laughs them out of the room. TLDR, if you want to keep your privacy for privacy's sake, then do so. But if you are like me and have someone in your life that you love very much and want to share that, then do so. Don't let people try and convince you otherwise. Now, the sentiment of this post was something that I personally appreciated quite a bit. I respect and I can understand the commitment to being honest with your audience, as well as being willing to take some sort of public or branding hit to your career in order to attest to the love that you share with a life partner, with a husband or wife or a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Regardless, the expression of commitment on a public forum, I think, is not something that is bad in and of itself, even worthy of admiration. That being said, though, in the context of this being a piece of advice that is handed out to other people who share the same career, that is where things start to be a little bit more questionable with regards to some of the things that Cynical ends up suggesting over the course of this post. There is one detail in particular that stands out, and that is the fact that in the third paragraph of her tweet, Cynical states that she first debuted, presumably on Twitch, on September 10th of 2021. If you go over to her profile, as of January 2nd, she has a pinned post that states, quote, "I am going to be partner pushing, manifesting Twitch partner in 2026. I got rewards for viewers and streamers alike. Would you do me the honor of aiding me in my path to Twitch partner?" Now this raises a few questions. First, can you really interpret this as sound career advice when, again, putting aside the fact that it is admirable that you are willing to express your commitment to that degree, right, especially publicly, especially at the cost to your own career, if you are going to say to people that, look, it's okay for you to disclose your relationship status. Yes, I took a bit of a hit in terms of my growth initially when I chose to do it that way. The thing is, though, 5 years from 2021 to January of 2026, just under 5 years of streaming on Twitch without being able to hit Twitch partner, that is a slow start that is not going to be a viable career option for the overwhelming majority of VTubers. To the point where I even question referring to VTubing as a career. Because if you are going to use VTubing as your profession, even, dare say, as your main profession, taking half a decade, or just under half a decade, in order to hit partner on a platform is not a viable career strategy for most people. There is something else as well, which is, in the replies to that tweet, Cynical would then go on to say, "It's honestly kinda shocking how this advice is still tossed around." And this is where I start to be a little bit more skeptical as to the intention behind posting something like this out. Because while I can understand people having criticisms of, the fact that people are widely encouraged in this space to withhold, if not outright lie, about their relationship status to their audience, while I can understand people resenting that, disagreeing with that, trying to push back against that in a cultural sense, to say that you find it shocking that you can't believe why people peddle this advice, why this advice holds water in a lot of places in this industry, I think at that point, you're kind of pushing it, right? I can understand if you say you disagree. I can understand if you say that it's silly, it's controlling, it's not something that's very friendly to people who actually have a life or a relationship outside of being, their VTuber self. But if you say that it is shocking that this advice is passed around, that is where I draw the line to saying that, okay, at this point, this is not actually a rational complaint about that particular bit of advice, about sharing your relationship status. Fundamentally, this post talking about, why are VTubers discouraged from sharing their relationship status? Is it right that VTubers are discouraged from sharing their relationship status? To say that it is shocking pretty blatantly ignores the utility, cynical as it may be, the utility behind that piece of advice. And the thing is, when you realize that, one of the things that ends up becoming a defining feature of how the discussion would end up unfolding past this point is the fact that this is not a complaint that is rational. This is not an argument that is made in a rational, logical refutation of something that exists in the industry. Instead of being about, rationality or logic, it is about normalization and stigma. When Cynical says that it is shocking that people would suggest to other VTubers that you shouldn't share your relationship status if you want to make this your career, that is not a protest that it doesn't make sense as to why people would say this. What shocking means, or what I assume shocking means in this sense, is that it is, in some ways, socially unjust, right? Or that it is a harmful norm in this industry. And when she refers to it as shocking, it is pushing back not on the rational validity of that piece of advice, but more so on the social acceptability of that advice. Why is this, essentially the protest is, why is this the default way that people end up why is this an acceptable thing for people to believe? And why is this an acceptable thing for people to openly tell others and try to make others adhere to, right? Main issue is conflating VTubing as a job and VTubing as a hobby. Exactly. If you want to do VTubing as a profession, you need to make it financially viable. That's what a job is. So, immediately, when we're starting, the very seeds of this entire discussion, they are rooted not in logical discussion, but they are rooted in attempts at trying to control and or influence what is deemed widely socially acceptable in this industry. So that is the main frame that I'm going to be adopting as we go through the rest of, how this ends up evolving over time. Now, the following day, Cynical would end up quote tweeting her own post with a follow-up tweet as well, stating, quote, "If you don't like streamers like me who talk about IRL things on occasion, then don't watch us." Very, 10 out of 10, very good TED Talk. But in any case, to go on, it's that simple. VTubing started in the East, where idol culture is very prevalent, and now that it's in the West, VTubing has evolved into something more. If you want to watch someone who doesn't talk about their IRL at all, there are tons of HoloLive VTubers who do so, and they are amazing. Now, I'm not going to lie, if you assume that most HoloLive VTubers do not say anything about their IRL lives, I'm going to have to assume that you haven't watched much HoloLive at all. But that's besides the point. Sing it, chairman? I'm not doing that, not for this. But don't force the quote-unquote keep IRL private ideology onto others. People do VTubing for different reasons, and that should be that. If you don't like me talking about my IRL on occasion, then you aren't my target audience anyway. Lamau. Few things. First, people do VTubing for different reasons. That is true. However, people doing VTubing as a job? that is when things start to become a little bit more narrow in terms of the scope of what you can or can't do, because it's no longer defined by your personal preference or your desire for self-expression. Instead, it is defined by financial viability. What is the audience you're aiming to appeal at willing to support financially? If you're approaching this as a career, if you're approaching this as a job, a profession, that becomes the defining thing, or at least one of the most important defining things that shape how you approach this industry and how you approach your branding, what you do on stream, etc., etc. Curious, thank you for the two. Please stop clapping. It's okay. It's over now. It's over now. Something more when Western. However, one of the more interesting things to emerge out of this tweet was that, in a manner that would essentially foreshadow how a lot of the discussion, or is characteristic of, I shouldn't say foreshadow, characteristic of how a lot of the discussion around this particular talking point would end up evolving, or I should say devolving over time, is that there is a very clear binary being presented here, a dichotomy between two things, right? VTubers, usually corpo, who don't talk about their IRL at all, or VTubers who talk about their IRL lives occasionally. With this tweet, what it was basically building, even if I understand, if only for the sake of hyperbole, right, to make a point, that there were these two sort of extremes, right? People, VTubers who don't talk about their IRL lives at all because of their professional commitments, or VTubers who end up talking about their IRL lives occasionally. If you're a viewer, these are the two things you have to pick from. However, there was also a second binary that was, that ties into this one that was being asserted, which is the binary between Eastern VTubing and Western VTubing. Now, for various reasons that we'll get into in a second, there are a few things about the way in which this East versus West VTubing style is presented, the binary between those two is presented in this particular tweet. However, for now, what this tweet established was two things. The main way that people were going to be responding to pushback against this argument or this suggestion, this thought, this sentiment about the industry and its norms, was by condensing things into binaries. And second, that the binaries were, to put it mildly, little questionable, but as to why they are questionable, we'll get to that in a second. However, in response to the initial tweet, another Twitter user, by the name of Kiyomo, would end up writing a pretty lengthy response, elaborating further on why some people may not deem that advice to be quite so sound. Quote, "First and foremost, you just have to be interesting to watch. Without that, all other advice is out the window. About relationship disclosure, people give that advice originally because the way VTubing first started. Personal life sharing is considered distasteful because VTubing originated as an otaku-specific, cringe, weird, and immersive hobby meant for actual weirdos who know they are fringe and are proud of it. It wasn't specifically about, quote-unquote, don't talk about your boyfriend or husband, but more about, quote-unquote, don't be a normie. It's very easy to mock and attack this advice now because people think it's about simps, but it honestly is more about how it's information that goes against the expectations of the original target audience of VTubing. Nowadays, with how VTubing is handled on the EN side, it has been very much incorporated into the normie side, to the point where most VTubers are just regular streamers who behave exactly like themselves and not professional performers. So the quote-unquote no boyfriend advice does seem outdated, as the audience are normies who don't expect the talent to follow the old format in the first place. I think the disconnect about this is really about how VTubing is approached differently from different niches, and not so much whether one advice is more objectively wrong than another. Just know who you are, know what you are about, and what your target audience is. Those are far more important than debating whether a piece of VTubing advice is good or bad in a vacuum. This guy watches too much FaZe. Perhaps. However, when it comes to this particular response, it wasn't so much trying to attack the... it wasn't trying so much to attack what Cynical was saying, so much as it was seemingly trying to provide a bit of context as to why this advice or where this piece of advice might have come from in the first place. But more importantly, it raises the idea that this is more so about immersion, or more so about the way that a creator chooses to curate their contents versus just some sort of binary between do you talk about your IRL life or do you not talk about your IRL life. And actual weird is probably a face fan, lol. I would assume so. I would assume so. However, underneath the replies to this, a user by the name of Rama would end up essentially attaching a little comic, little image that showed two versions of a viewer engaging with VTubing content, one from 2016, one in 2025, stating, still ongoing in 2026. Now, I'll just enlarge in the image for any of you who are watching on a device with a smaller screen, but essentially, yeah, the generational meme, the inciting incident, so to speak, the main thing that everyone ended up responding to and, well, protesting as well for a lot of the responses, right? So in 2016, you have this person who is, watching a VTuber on screen, and then, they're thinking about that VTuber. Then 2025, they're thinking about, instead of just the VTuber on screen, it now shows the person behind the VTuber. The person's now thinking about the VTuber, the viewer's now thinking about the VTuber, and the VTuber's now talking about a bunch of things, presumably to do with their IRL life, their home life, traveling, and or romantic relationships, whatever. And also the runtime has changed from being a 10-minute video, presumably edited, to the 4-hour, 37-minute, 58-second live stream, which is what I assume is being presented here. So, a lot of people had varying different reactions to this post. Now, to give a little bit of context as to where this image actually came from, it wasn't made in 2026. It was originally posted, from what web archives can show, it was originally posted onto 4chan on July 23rd or 22nd of 2025. And, well, the context of it was pretty much the same as it is used here, basically saying that over time between 2026 and 2025, the nature of VTubing as a medium has shifted. And since this was posted on a forum for English speakers, I presume that this is referring to VTubing as it exists in the West. Specifically how VTubing in 2026 started off a certain way, and then how it has now gotten to a very different point, very different medium in the West as of 2025. However, as I alluded to earlier, a lot of people saw this and they didn't interpret it very positively, because a lot of people looked at the viewer's expression in the first image, viewer's expression in the second image not looking nearly as happy. They looked at the fact that on the second image, instead of the VTuber being, portrayed just as is, it's now portrayed as a mask for somebody else, and they interpreted that as a slight against modern VTubers, as someone saying that modern VTubers are somehow fake or illegitimate. And you can see this in terms of just how much aggression and seething was happening in the replies and quotes to this particular image. For example, "Oh no, the human I watch is a real human. God, you're a fucking loser. Fixed the image, lumphao," which basically portrays the exact same image on both left and right without changing the runtime, except one has the viewer thinking about the VTuber when the person behind the VTuber doesn't talk about the relationship, and the second one, the person feeling depressed thinking about the person behind the VTuber when the person behind the VTuber actually does talk about their relationship. And then, of course, you have another user saying in Spanish, "If it hurts you that your VTuber has a life outside of the internet, breaking the parasocial illusion that she's your girlfriend, you're a total, miserable failure." So the topic is VTubers who roleplay as an OC are better than those who don't roleplay? Because if the answer is yes, the discussion is even stupider than I thought. Better go touch grass and get some sun. You're lacking calcium. And finally, kinda sick of this. If you want full immersion, full acted, corpo ran idols, you can find that and enjoy that. If you want real person, I assume she means if you want a real person who just uses a model, light immersion, human-to-human interaction. You can find that and enjoy that. There's no rules to it. Find what you enjoy. Pavlo, I wonder if the reaction would have been substantially different if both viewers depicted shown smiling? Oh, it would have been different, but it also wouldn't have been able to capture what I suspect the comic was trying to do, right? Holy Seed. Actually, I had an interpretation of this comic myself, so if you are the actual author, I'm curious to see how much it lines up with what you intended when you actually made the comic. But I'll save that for later. So, you had, random Twitter users coming in, getting, replies and quotes that had received quite a decent amount of likes, right? 2.6k, 1.7k, 1.4k, 17k, 5.2k, etc., etc. Basically dunking on this, calling people who are invested in this or who feel cut up about what is being portrayed in the comic losers, right? But you also had small corpo VTubers on the western side of the industry coming in and basically expressing their protests as well. For example, Alfide from Alfilde, I assume, from Astroline, saying, "Don't put each other down. Some people prefer a character, others want a person with shared preference to talk to. Both are okay." Now, again, I want to point out, this is being interpreted as an attack on VTubers, despite the fact that the original context of the post, the thread that this was posted in response to, was someone simply trying to clarify the context from which a specific piece of career advice emerged, right? It wasn't, the original post went out of its way to basically say, this is, it's not about whether one piece of advice is objectively wrong or more objectively wrong than the other. Just know who you are, what you're about, etc., etc., etc. So as far as criticism goes, that one was pretty light, if anything. Then you had Mercy Modest from The Allure saying, "I don't give a fuck. You're going to hear me talk about going to the dentist. As if Sakura Miko doesn't talk about her health and family life either. Eye roll emoji." So, you were starting to get the attention of bigger actors in the space besides just random VTubers or besides just random VTuber indies or random VTuber fans, but you would also get larger responses, or two of the most popular responses that express the following sentiment. For example, Twitch VTuber, VTwitcher, Demi, saying, "I'm sorry, but y'all are losers if you care about this shit, Lamau." 2.8k likes, 1 million impressions. And another user by the name of Mick saying, "Everyone needs to get less parasocial now." 5.7k likes, 1 million impressions. Now, usually my knee-jerk response to people saying things like this is a good deal more dismissive and harsh if I weren't going through it with the intention of actually trying to foster some sort of discussion. If your response to a hobby-related complaint boils down to, "Why do you care about this?" I'm going to assume, overwhelming majority of the time, that you are a malicious actor who is actively trying to water down the thing that you claim to be a part of. Same thing with if your default response to a criticism of a hobby, of an industry or whatever is something along the lines of a base ad hominem, then I'm going to assume that you simply lack the intellectual capacity to actually engage with the complaint that is being articulated or being shown, expressed. However, for the sake of trying to enable some form of genuine discussion, we're going to actually take a look we're going to do something that most Twitter users don't do, which is actually open up the replies in the hopes of gleaning in a little bit more detail what the arguments being made here actually are. So with regards to Demi's tweet, she would later go on in the replies of that to elaborate further on why she takes such a negative stance towards this particular image, stating, quote, "VTubing hot take. Stop focusing on what you think other people want. If you want to play a character and keep your IRL self private, go for it. If you want to use VTubing as a means to express yourself freely, go for it. One is not better than the other. Do what makes you happy." kissing emoji, peace emoji. Again, this is, in and of itself, in a vacuum, this is a perfectly legitimate stance to have. The problem comes when you're starting to question, okay, are we talking VTubing as a profession, or are we talking about VTubing as a hobby? Because depending on which one of those two you fall into, the validity of this vice is going to vary quite significantly. Gabriel, thank you for being a footstool for 16 months. Humans can be parasocial with rocks. Let us schizo. We're going to get into that in a second, don't you worry. However, someone else would end up leaving a reply to her initial tweet saying, sorry, but calling people out as losers just because they missed the roleplay aspect of VTubers is a bit harsh, don't you think? I don't mind if YouTubers just being themselves, or I don't mind if YouTubers just be themselves, but others prefer it the old way and should be respected as well. To which Demi states, yes, you're a loser if you force this agenda that VTubing needs to be this one category of content. You're not a loser for enjoying it. I genuinely think that you can enjoy something while respecting other mediums of content creation. Yeah, other mediums like, oh, I don't know, flesh streaming, for example? But in any case, she's made her sentiment quite clear, that she thinks that, well, part of the reason why she seems to be so averse to what the image is expressing is because she believes that there is a freedom being encroached upon, which is the individual VTuber's freedom of expression, right? Is there a stigma that is being built up by this image and this sentiment that is going to inhibit people from being able to express themselves the way they want, to be able to be happy being a content creator? Now, that concern in and of itself is, again, perfectly legitimate. It's something that a lot of fans and creators alike are going to understandably have high up on their priority list. However, yet again, since we're talking about VTubing as a profession, as a career choice, the mileage on that particular assertion that you should do what makes you happy, don't care about what other people think, that's going to be a little bit more shaky. All these people going on and on about this when the most popular people in the industry are the total opposite? Yeah, exactly. Then you have a user by the name of Cinder saying, what is the premise here? I'm not following, to be honest. And Demi replies with her summary of the discussion saying, people hating how VTubers aren't just creating a character anymore to play fairy tale with and watch. So that was the first most popular response to this. The second, by Mick. So the first thing that ends up being shown when you actually open up the replies is Mick trying to, essentially affirming the validity of their stance, the validity of their stance on the topic. They're calling me a tourist. The first VTuber I subscribed to was in 2018, and I've been active in the VTuber fandom since 2020, before their big boom in EN. Muting, by the way, if you genuinely can't handle that a VTuber you like has real-life problems, instead of just being a flawless, perfect anime girl, you should work on yourself. But that aside, when you actually look at some of the replies that they have responded to, various other comments under their tweet with, you can start to glean a little bit more as to what the main argument behind everyone needs to get less parasocial now is, well, what the main argument behind that particular assertion is. Lumi, thank you for the 10. Okay, but like if she has to clarify in the comments where she knows where people won't look, I think she's adding that padding so people don't yell at her. I know rage bait Elon money is tempting. Yeah, and again, ordinarily, because of the way that Twitter works, I don't think many people would be bothered to open up the replies just so they can get a better idea as to what you're trying to say. However, I'm doing this specifically because, if I'm being honest, I want to try and inject a little bit more nuance, to try and create a little bit of a space for discussion, discourse in regards to this topic, because there are points that I feel are a little under-acknowledged, under-discussed, when it comes to, well, and are also quite revealing about how a lot of people in this industry view VTubing as an industry and as a medium. So, the first response, the replies are freaky, bro. They're so entitled, they feel so entitled to a VTuber, crying emoji, crying emoji. Be for real, for real. Oh, sorry, be fucking for real. And get a life. And to this, Mick responds with, quote, it's distracting when they can't play their character and talk about things like their own personal issues, end quote. Almost like they're human beings. Another user by the name of K says, isn't this the way to be less parasocial? VTubers talking less about their personal life and just playing a character? To which Mick responds by saying, it's more, they're parasocial for the character the VTuber isn't playing into anymore. Upset their favorite online waifu isn't some magical girl like her lore video 4 years ago said so, and turns out she has real world problems. In a way, that's parasocial IMO. Now, the way in which Mick is using parasocial as a term and the way in which Mick is defining how parasociality should be measured is an entire issue in and of itself, but again, that's one we'll get into later. And finally, my personal take on this image is that the person behind the VTuber continuously talks about their personal issues and doesn't stick to the character of the VTuber like they used to, thus making it difficult to follow along with the VTuber's character. And to this, Mick responds with, not every VTuber owes you a character, even if they have lore, or even put one on sometimes. VTubers are real people, with real problems, and they deserve to be treated like human beings, and not playthings. They're no different from a regular streamer. Now, I'd argue that that last part is something that many VTuber fans may disagree with, because after all, if VTubers are no different from regular streamers, then why bother with that separation in the first place? What makes VTubing special? And I would make the argument that if you believe that VTubing is intrinsically special, that makes you more of a fan of the medium than someone who believes that VTubing is no different to regular streaming. Is this bait or just stupidity? See, that's the thing, right? It's hard to tell because it's Twitter. However, you're streaming with latency, 20-second chat delay. I don't know how to reduce that. Is there a way to reduce latency on a stream? Because I always assumed it was either my internet or just, well, yeah, I always assumed it was just my internet. But in any case, they want their wide audience slop. It's hard not to interpret it that way. However, at this point, based off of some of the various responses, especially the most popular responses, the ones that received the most attention, the most likes, right? We can start to discern that it is pretty much the norm for how people are responding to this image is to try and separate the topic into a series of different binaries. And so, based off of these series of binaries, deciding that one side of those two is morally superior to the other, or something that viewers should feel more obligated to adhere to than the other. And when we actually start to look at what these binaries are, that is when we can start to condense down what some of the, well, that's when we can start to condense and therefore respond to, discuss, dissect some of the underlying attitudes, assumptions that people have about the industry and about the medium. So, based off of these responses, we can discern a series of roughly, broadly speaking, 6 different sets of binaries that this topic is currently being reduced down to. When people look at this image, the way that they parse it is through the lens of a bunch of AB, black-white scenarios, black-white lenses, and those are curated and immersive, or played characters, versus authentic and relatable, real people, East versus West, VTubing as it originated in the East versus VTubing as it exists now in the West, talent freedom versus talent restrictions, parasocial affectionate versus parasocial derogatory, real versus not real, real VTubers, real people versus, being performed identities or personas or characters or whatever. And finally, audience acceptance versus audience entitlement. Now, when we actually break down each of these individual binaries on their own, one of the things that you begin to realize immediately is just like how the initial impetus behind this particular topic of discussion began, so too are these not really logically sound when you actually try to break them, to examine them on a minute scale. So, we can start with the first. Curated and immersive played characters versus authentic and relatable real people. Now, the main issue with this particular binary is that, fundamentally, it presents a sort of, dichotomy between VTubers who end up curating how they appear online versus, according to the premise of this particular binary, people who are just themselves online. And people who've watched my streams before, especially those who were watching my streams last year when I was talking about how people create personal brands and online personas, may understand, you may have an idea as to what my main problem with this binary is, which is that the reason why this binary doesn't work is because both sides, quote unquote, of that dichotomy curate their personas. If you stream online, if you make content online, if you create a presentation of yourself for a networked online audience to consume, you are going to, by virtue of the very medium you are employing, end up curating how you come across. So in actuality, it's not so much whether someone is curating how they appear or not. It's more so, how are they curating it, and what are the criterion that are applied to that process of curation. Scarling McElroy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do 5 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Farmless, thank you for the 2. Just dropping in, going to be VOD gang for this one. Thank you for your generosity, and I hope you enjoy the VOD. Oh, also, I'll be, like with all my previous VODs, I'll be timestamping this one sometime after the stream ends, so if you are a VOD watcher, don't worry, it should be more readable rather than less after, well, more watchable rather than less after the stream ends. Oh, Mario, thanks for the screenshot. Here's where you change the latency. Not sure if you can change this after going live, though. Oh, okay. Actually, hold on. Sorry, give me a second to just switch over to the head HUD screen while I see if I can actually change that setting. Edit. Customization. Wait, is this in customization or is this... Yeah, this is in stream settings. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can change it after I've already hit go live, but I appreciate the heads up. I'll be changing that for the following streams going forward. All right. Reminds me of how people are shocked that their favorite movie star isn't like the character they play on the silver screen. That is true. That is true. However, the point that I'm making is that when you assert this as a binary between, VTubers that are quote-unquote curated or quote-unquote immersive versus VTubers that are quote-unquote authentic or quote-unquote relatable or quote-unquote real people, if you want to differentiate between the two on the basis that one is curated and one is not, that's not going to work under scrutiny, because fundamentally, because of the medium that we are all using to communicate with one another, someone using YouTube, Twitch, a live stream, an edited video in order to convey themselves to their audience, that both of those sides, quote unquote, are curated. They involve curation. Now, I'm going to refer back to a paper that I've cited on stream multiple times before, titled Microcelebrity and the Brand Itself by a media academic called Teresa Sant. And basically, for those who haven't watched my streams before when I was talking about this was a paper that was dedicated to essentially trying to understand how do people conduct themselves online. Specifically, how do people go about actually carving out a career for themselves online? How do they change the way that they present themselves to an audience that they expect to fund their continued activity? And from this paper, there were 2 particular conclusions that I think have held up reasonably well in terms of the evidence that has come from just observing how the internet works, and which I also think are quite important to understanding how content creators go about actually turning a hobby or just a thing that they feel like doing, a hobby or a passion, into an actual profession. The first is that online platforms are specifically built to encourage mutual surveillance among users and the creation of personal brands to garner a following. Identity, in other words, becomes both a product and a tool, something that you sell and something that you use to enhance the way that you market it to an audience willing to pay for it. The second thing is that the main currency of these platforms, the main thing that people are competing over and basically trying to obtain, is not actually money, but it is, in fact, attention. Users routinely frame themselves as buyers, sellers, and also commodities when building their personal brands. In other words,
One of the ways in which you can think about this, well, the first most important thing to understand is that when people choose to become content creators, right, when they make the conscious choice to hit go live on whatever streaming platform of their preference, they are essentially signing up to be surveilled en masse, to be exposed to an audience that they are aware of, an audience that they are aware is there, who is going to be watching what they do or say. Now, the reason why they would want to engage in this, right? So if you want to, you can think of it as streamers trying to use a medium that also contains certain obstacles in the way that it is built, right? YouTube, Twitch, streaming platforms in general, in order to obtain success, to garner an audience, a streamer, VTuber, whatever, content creator, has to overcome the various challenges that are presented by the platform itself. Algorithms, moderation, attention spans, content genres, and of course, competition. Now, the reason why they would go through all of the trouble of not only signing up to be watched by everyone, but also having to overcome each of these little hurdles that are presented by the medium itself, is because when you end up garnering an audience, that brings along with it certain benefits: attention, validation, connection, and, of course, money. That last one is the most important when it comes to VTubing as a profession, though the prior three are equally as important when you're talking about VTubing as a passion or a hobby. And so, fundamentally, one of the things that I want to sort of emphasize, one of the things that I do think is something that everyone at least implicitly is aware of, but something that isn't acknowledged out loud as much, is the fact that fundamentally, when an audience interacts with a content creator online, there is a transaction that is taking place. It may not be a transaction in our conventional understanding of that term, right? Not money in exchange for something definite, tangible, whatever, a service or a good. But there is an exchange of some sort taking place, right? In return for content, the creator gives the audience content. In return for that, the audience gives the creator their emotional investment, their time or engagement, and finally, their money. So long as you understand that this is a transaction that is taking place, you now have the capability to evaluate just how VTubing as a profession works. Now, the reason why this is important, the reason why understanding that this is a transaction is important, is because people are aware of this fact, and their awareness of this fact affects the way in which they behave. And specifically, when you're a content creator, it affects the way that you end up presenting yourself to a prospective audience. One of the fundamental differences between how you end up presenting yourself to, let's say a physical person that you're interacting with in real life versus how you end up presenting yourself to an online audience is that one of the fundamental differences is that people end up converting themselves from, people, literal human beings, to being brands instead. Something that is more palatable, more marketable, easier to be, to find entertaining, and thus to become committed to, both in terms of how emotionally invested, how much time you invest, and how much money you're willing to give as well. So, essentially, what creators begin to do, what creators begin to engage with when they enter into this transaction, this transactional relationship with their audience, is they turn themselves from being a person into being a persona or a product of some sort. And the reason why they would want to turn themselves into a brand is because on the internet, remember, the main currency, the currency from which all other currencies flow, is attention, right? And as a result, the reason why you convert yourself from a person to a brand is because brands are better at both accruing and retaining attention. The medium is the message, because the medium shapes how the message is both sent and how it is interpreted. And when we're talking about an online platform, like YouTube, like Twitch, they shape how people end up presenting themselves, because the goal of all of these platforms is to farm attention that can later on be converted into other things, like money, like clout, like recognition or emotional affirmation, validation, whatever. So, turning yourself into a brand gives you three distinct benefits. The first is that it creates desirable mental associations, right? Your brand may be quirky, maybe unique, maybe whatever, but essentially your brand acts as this sort of anchor that people can tie their positive impressions and or memories of you and or your content to for easy recall. And easy recall is important when you want to have as little of a barrier between when someone engages with your content and when someone begins to feel something in regards to your content. Second benefit is that it lends color and personality to the design. People are messy. People are complicated. People can be very difficult to relate to depending on their circumstances relative to yours. But a brand that is built to be palatable, to be appealing, to be charismatic, all of those things make it easier for an audience to become invested because it makes it more interesting. People can be very boring. However, when you actually set out to turn yourself into something that is designed to basically be a product that is going to be an attention magnet, well, it helps with making everything a lot more easy. Or it ends up helping your audience. It makes it a lot more easy for your audience to become invested in what's going on, to make the decision to actually tune in the first place. Oh, see you, JM. It's a shame that I couldn't ask you about your intention behind the comic just yet, but maybe if you end up watching the VOD or anything, you can leave a comment down below responding. I'm a big appreciator of data wrangling. What is the quote? Content is the pistol, your brand is the bullet. Exactly, Pavlo, exactly. And the final benefit is that when you turn yourself from a person into a persona or a branded product, it acts as a promise of consistency. It tells your audience ahead of time what you are about. Because remember, it is a transaction. It's okay, JM. You don't need to wait around. It's all right. I'll just timestamp it in the VOD anyway, so that you can just take a look at that specific section. So, essentially, remember that since you are participating in a transaction, the audience is going to have to be told ahead of time what they are actually signing up for. What is it that they are spending their time, their money, and their emotional investment becoming a part of? Why should they give you all of these resources? Now, usually we're not used to thinking of emotional investment like attachment or fellow feeling as a resource, but when we're talking about streaming, content creation, VTubing, that is a very tangible resource. In the exact same way that, for example, hype is a very tangible resource, something that has the potential to make or break a career. Because this is an entertainment industry. And here, just like with any other product, when you have a distinct brand, it essentially acts as a proof of concept for you. Well, not a proof of concept, that's the wrong word for it, but essentially a precursor to what it is you are actually going to sell to your audience. So they feel more secure in terms of what they are putting all of their resources towards, in the hopes that you will continue to provide that which your brand is built around. Billy, thank you for the 5. Just saying, but I think everyone here knows what will happen if I take a Rorschach test. Yeah, I think we do. I think we do all know, Billy. I think we do all know. However, this is only the first part of why people choose to curate how they appear to others online. The second concept that we have referenced in previous streams that has to do with the sort of decision-making process that content creators go through when they're choosing what to share with online audiences versus what not to share, is a concept called live streaming. Not live streaming, but life streaming. And it was a concept that was first coined, it was a term that was first coined by a media academic called A.E. Marwick in a book that she wrote called Status Update: Celebrity, Publicity, and Branding in the Social Media Age. Essentially, what this book, the main thesis of this book was, in a similar manner to the previous paper that we looked at, that when people set out to become celebrities online, the medium that they use in order to reach their audience, build their audience, and leverage that audience into something that resembles a career is going to end up shaping the manner in which they engage with said audience. It's going to shape what they are willing to share and how they go about sharing it. And the term, as Marwick uses it, pertains to, quote, the ongoing sharing of personal information to a networked audience, which creates a digital portrait of one's actions and thoughts. In other words, a content creator, over the course of their career, over the course of presenting themselves as a brand, as a persona, as an internet figure to their audience, is going to end up making a series of decisions over time that a series of disclosures over time as to, what they're really like as a person, right? Not as a persona, but as a person, that end up over time coalescing, solidifying into a persona, an online persona, a version of them that is specific to their online self-presentation. Now, key word in here, networked audience. Big part of what ends up shaping how people make decisions as to what they choose to share online versus what they choose to withhold from an online audience is the fact that that is a networked online audience. Now, the difference between a networked audience and a normal audience is that a normal audience is just there as a viewer. They're just there viewing whatever the thing being performed or the content being shown is. But they do not actually they can interact with the thing that is being shown to them as a member of the audience, but they cannot interact with other members of the audience. That's the difference between a traditional audience and a networked audience, because contrary to a traditional audience, a networked audience actually can not only interact with the thing that they are being shown, but with other members of the audience as well. The reason why that is important is because you now have to factor in, as a content creator, how your content, how your self-presentation may be interpreted by people besides your target audience as well. When people end up typing in a streamer's chat like you guys are doing now, it's not that, I'm not the only one who can see your messages, and you're not the only one who can see your messages. You can all see each other's messages. And as a result, there are occasions where when you see someone type something in my chat, even though it is not me saying that thing, it still affects how you may engage with my content. And so this is, by definition, what it means to stream to a networked audience. Now that interplay between individual chatters, individual people who may see your stuff, is something that has to factor into how you choose to present said stuff as a content creator. However, funnily enough, there is also a separate part of this book, same chapter even, that discusses the effect of live streaming on how people approach perceived breaks of social taboo, right? Because a few pages later in the chapter, Marwick states the following, quote, "The presence of the networked audience not only encourages the self-conscious performance of identity, it enables others to weigh in on social norm violations." Now, this is a quote that I've read out multiple times on stream before at this point, but I do think it bears repeating because of how relevant it is to this topic as well. While audience involvement can be seen as promoting accountability, social media also amplifies the amount of drama and conflict as other people besides the original two players become involved in the argument. That particular line about networked audiences enabling others to weigh in on social norm violations is, funnily enough, a perfect summary of what is going on in terms of how VTuber Twitter responded to this comic, this image being posted. People on Twitter saw this, they interpreted it as some sort of attack on modern VTubers as a whole, and as a result, everyone came in not because they were interested in engaging in some sort of intellectual, rational discussion as to the merits of whatever points the image seems to be making, but rather because they viewed it as a taboo being broken, a violation of the socially agreed upon code of we don't bully the people who give us content, right? And we don't attack the people who give us content. And so when they viewed that as a social norm violation, what Twitter did was everyone got angry. They started quote tweeting, replying to it with ad hominems, with, insults, etc., etc., basically talking about how, if you are concerned about this, you're a loser, yada, 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 etc., etc. And, well, again, the way the platform that is used to host the information, to present the content, ends up shaping how people end up engaging with said content. Daisy, instead of hi streamer, some people enter a stream and say hi everyone. That's the difference. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good example to showcase what I mean when I talk about the difference between networked audience and traditional audience. I'm going to hang on to that for future instances when I end up going through the same point. So, thanks for putting that in chat. So, already we can start to see that it's not quite making that distinction between curated and non-curated is not quite an accurate distinction to make between whether someone bothers to share aspects of their real life or not, because whether they are trying to create this sort of persona, this played character, or whether they are presenting themselves as authentically them, a real person online, by virtue of the very medium, right, that they are using in order to communicate, to interface with that audience to begin with, they are engaging in curation. And more importantly, the audience has no way of verifying how true that curated image is to the person behind the screen. Doubly so in the case of VTubing, where the entire point, the base cynical utility of the medium to the creator, totally ignoring whatever benefits it may have for the audience, the base cynical utility of the medium to the performer is that it helps to conceal their IRL identity. So when we really break it down, the distinction doesn't really hold up, because on one hand, the sort of, let's pretend for a second that let's for a second indulge in the assumption that this is a binary between kayfabe and quote-unquote non-kayfabe, right? So on one hand, on the kayfabe side, the curation is done on the basis of audience tastes. What does my audience respond well to? What is likely to please my audience? What are they likely to become attached to, and what are they going to want more of? Whereas with the other side, it is curated according to personal preference and or social pressure on the part of the creator themselves. Instead of what will my audience like, it's what do I feel comfortable sharing about myself? Again, both involve curation, I would even argue to equal degrees. However, the thing that is different, the differentiating factor here, is what is the criterion for what is curated, what is included, what is excluded, what changes depending on the two. The first, curation based off of the audience's preferences, the second, curation based off of the creator's preferences. But again, both involve curation, and in my opinion, to equal degrees. And to give you a demonstration of how that works, to give you a demonstration as to how live streaming, that term, manifests, I'm going to yet again bring up an old example that I went through the first time that I talked about this concept on stream. So for the benefit of all of those who are either new, haven't watched my content before, or it's been a while since I last talked about this anyway, so it might be a useful refresher. Let's say, for example, that we have a real person, a woman, 34 years old, by the name of Jenny. Jenny exhibits the following traits as a person. She is chronically online, usually being online for more than 12 hours a day, most days in the week. She is also a self-taught artist. She works 2 jobs because being an artist is not exactly the most efficient way of making money. Works 2 jobs, went to the dentist last Thursday. She is moderately fit, but doesn't gym. She also has daddy issues. She has looked up baby wear thrice over the past month alone. She has spent $200 on the last seasonal Steam sale, and she used to play League of Legends. Now, although some people may disagree, I can certainly see Jenny being a real person, right? Based off of all of these different traits. However, let's say that Jenny decides to become a VTuber, right? She decides to become an online content creator, and she chooses VTubing as her medium of choice. Everyone's saying wood in chat. She chooses to become a VTuber. She chooses to adopt a VTuber identity. Let's say that her VTuber identity is, I don't know, what's a good name for a VTuber? Genevieve Placard, right? And over the course of creating this VTuber identity, she begins to pick and choose which aspects of her real identity as a real person she wants to share with an online audience. And so, over the course of going from Jenny to being Genevieve, she chooses to, share the fact that she is a woman, she is chronically online, she's a VTuber after all, that she is a self-taught artist, perhaps in terms of what streams she chooses to do, that she works 2 jobs because maybe, when she's particularly tired, when she's streaming after a shift one day, she decides to talk about it. And then finally, she shares the fact that she used to play League of Legends because chat maybe asks about her game tastes, right? And so this is the process of, essentially taking parts of who you are as a person and turning that into your online persona. And this is how Genevieve Placard starts as a persona, as an identity, as a brand, as a VTuber. However, as Genevieve streams for longer and longer, as she builds a larger and larger community of people who are personally, genuinely invested in what she is like, what she is like as a creator, as a person, who want to know more about her because they've become attached to her, something begins to change about the way in which she goes about sharing information about herself online. At the start of her career, when she's only, low to view, she shares only a select few things to do with what she is like as a person, right? However, as that audience becomes more and more familiar with her, as she becomes more and more familiar with that audience, she begins to view them as not just a bunch of randos who happened upon her stream and decided to tune in for a few minutes at a time, but a community. Small, but the beginnings of a community. As she begins to recognize individual chatters and begin to note how they talk and become accustomed to seeing them show up to her streams, she becomes more comfortable. And so she begins to share more information about herself. Instead of just sharing that she's a woman who's chronically online, a self-taught artist, works 2 jobs, and used to play League of Legends, maybe she gets comfortable enough to start talking about her body, right? Her levels of fitness. Maybe she has a moment where she complains about how she's not as fit as some of her friends, but she still doesn't feel like she needs to go to the gym or whatever, right? And she maybe someone in chat makes fun of her, going like, "Oh, Lamau, you don't touch grass," or whatever, in good fun, and then she responds as part of the banter saying no, she's actually quite fit, she just doesn't go to the gym, and she starts developing this sort of coping banter with her audience, right? So now we have another part of her real life personhood that has been shared on stream because of that developing degree of familiarity with her audience. Then the process amplifies yet again. The 25 members of her usual audience becomes 50 instead. She becomes even more familiar with her audience. She becomes even more comfortable regarding her streams as not just this place where she can, express herself or gain a little bit of emotional validation, or maybe have a few people watching her draw or play games for a few hours after a shift, after a few hours to just unwind. Now she begins to view it as a safe space where she can really begin to talk about herself as well. This is when she begins to share more personal details, like, for example, the fact that she has daddy issues. Maybe she recounts some aspects of her childhood. Not outright abusive, nothing, horrid, but also something that leaves a bit of a hole in terms of the way that she approaches relationships with other people. Something that maybe, shapes the way that she maybe talks about some of the difficulties she's had in the past when it comes to romantic relationships, or even being able to approach others for the sake with romantic intentions to begin with, right? And so we start getting more personal things. Then the audience grows yet again, right? People, in response to this increased vulnerability, begin to gain even a sense of intimacy. And so they become further affirming, further committed to validating, to making their favorite streamer feel safe. And in response to that atmosphere of security, the streamer begins to feel even more secure in sharing information about themselves. The image of Genevieve that she has created for herself evolves and expands yet again. The audience grows to 125. Now she is a low 3 view. And this is where she feels comfortable sharing things, not just, deeply personal things, but also some of the more banal, mundane things. She's no longer as worried about having to be interesting to her audience anymore, because she's begun to become comfortable with the idea that she, as a person, is interesting enough to the people who continue to show up to her streams day in, day out. And so she begins to share more mundane, banal aspects of her everyday life. right? For example, that she spent $200 in the last seasonal Steam sale. Now, you can make the argument that this is to do with her content, right? She wants to hype up her audience for some of the games she may be playing over the next week or the next month or whatever. And so this is information that, it's a little more mundane, but it is still relevant to being a streamer. Then she grows, her audience grows yet again. She becomes even more comfortable with regarding it as a community, right? And so you have, she's now 300 viewers, right? More than 100, pretty big milestone for a streamer. And now this is where she feels comfortable not just sharing the mundane aspects of what it's like to be a streamer or things that may be tangentially related to being a streamer, but this is where she begins to share mundane details about just everyday life as well, right? She begins to talk about her routine, what it was like to brush her teeth in the morning, maybe something that she's been looking up over the last few months. The fact that she's been looking up baby clothes over the last few months, right? She begins to give signs that, she begins to feel comfortable sharing with her audience that she's been going through a bout of baby fever, perhaps even. That she went to the dentist last Thursday, and a whole bunch of other things that, again, do not have anything specifically to do with the fact that she's a streamer, or even with her brand, so to speak, her branded identity, so to speak. Maybe she talks about a family member coming over to visit sometime over the last month. But again, all of these things are mundane, they are banal, they are not to do with her identity as a streamer, but things that she now feels comfortable sharing because of that rapport that has been built up between her and her audience. And the thing is, this is a very natural progression over the course of a streamer's career. As their audience grows, as they become secure in the community that they have built, they become increasingly comfortable with the idea that that community is there for them, right? As a person, not just as some sort of performed persona. Now, Chair is a face gag. Is it really that obvious? But in any case, so again, regardless of how the degrees of personal information being shared here, the overall progression tends to be pretty consistent across different, different spheres of the industry, regardless of whether you're talking about a corpo, an indie, a big corpo, a small corpo. Most VTubers will go through this process of initially sticking to a persona and then becoming increasingly comfortable as their rapport with their audience and their community grows with sharing or integrating, essentially allowing small parts of who they are, the real person behind the model, right, behind the persona, leak into the overall brand of their online presence. However, the other thing about this process, besides how consistently it seems to happen across this industry, is the fact that not only is this a process where the creator themselves feels more comfortable being more personal or more intimate with their audience, but from the perspective of the audience, this incidentally also happens to almost perfectly mimic the process of becoming friends with someone. At the beginning, when you have, when you're putting on a bit of a persona for the sake of maybe impressing people or making yourself more likable to people who you're unfamiliar with, that very much mimics, the stage of being an early streamer, basically trying to garner the beginnings of an audience. It's very, very similar mechanically to what it's like to meet someone for the first time, especially someone who you may even come to like for the first time, right? Then maybe you have a chance encounter where they share a little bit more, then maybe you meet them for the second time or a third time even after that initial meeting, and you go, hey, this person's pretty neat, right? I can see myself getting along well with this person. And, you begin to share a little bit more information about yourself. Then you reach a stage of mutual connection, right? Where not only are you sharing things about yourself, they are sharing things about themselves, right? Yes, you as a streamer do not expect the members of your audience to start trauma dumping about their own lives and their backstories in your chat. But as you share information about yourself, for example, if you give an anecdote about, going to a TCG store sometime over the past week, your audience is going to take that as a cue that it is okay to start sharing similar stories from their own past, right? Similar instances, if only for the sake of affirming yours, to confirm that you're not the only one to go through whatever it is you're going through. They're going to start sharing aspects of their own lives with you. And as a streamer, over time, you're going to begin to remember those things, right? This is where we start getting a connection that seems, or at least becomes, a facsimile of something mutual. Not only is the streamer sharing information about themselves that the audience begins to internalize, but the members of the audience, even if the streamer doesn't remember which specific member of the audience shared which specific bit of information about themselves, even though very often it is the case that the streamer will be able to make that connection, right? Will be able to retain that connection. Even if that's not the case, the streamer is going to begin to take in information about their audience in addition to the other way around. That's why it starts to become mutual, not just one way. Then you have consolidated rapport. Both sides not only feel comfortable sharing information with one another, but become both comfortable and familiar with one another. Their presence, each of the two parties views the other's presence as something comforting, as routine, as habit at this point, which is what enhances it, bringing it to the next stage, which is something that seems to scarily resemble familiarity or friendship. Not on an individual level, of course, because any streamer, like myself and you guys right now, we see you as a list of names and messages on a tab, right? So you're not people, right? But then again, who's to say we are? So we don't quite see you as, people. Obviously, conceptually, in the back of our minds, we know that you're people, but we don't see you as people when we're interacting with you on screen. On stream, on screen, whatever. But we still have a sense of familiarity with you, or sometimes even something that resembles very closely friendship. And it is this fact that the rapport, the process of building rapport between a streamer and their audience resembles so closely the process of, two or more people becoming friends with one another in real life. It is because of the fact that these two processes are so close to resembling one another that being a streamer is fundamentally linked, inescapably linked, with the development of parasocial relationships between you and your audience, at least to some extent. And that is where we get into the second binary that people seem to be defaulting to, which is parasocial affectionate versus parasocial derogatory. More so the idea that one way of enjoying a VTuber, right, are you attached more to a character or a real person, is viewed as being more unhealthily parasocial than the other. Now, first thing, Mick's response to this entire thing. When Mick started talking about parasociality, one of the things that became obvious immediately right off the bat was the underlying assumption that Mick had, which was that the degree of parasociality, and therefore how unhealthy it was, the degree of parasociality was defined by what you are attached to. Are you attached to a real person, or are you attached to a character that said real person is no longer committed to playing? And it was Mick's opinion that if you are more attached to the character that someone was playing to the point where you are upset that they're no longer playing it, that makes you more parasocial than if you are attached to a real person, and therefore more unhealthy or more unhealthily parasocial in reference compared to if you were attached to a real human being. Except that's not how degrees of parasociality work at all. There is functionally no distinction between being parasocially attached to a fictional character and being parasocially attached to a real person. The first widely noted phenomenon, the first widely noted instance of parasocial attachment as a phenomenon in an audience was noted in reference to people watching TV and becoming attached to talk show hosts. Now, I don't think I need to explain why it's unrealistic to expect that, talk show hosts are going to be real people. They're not even presented that much as real people, even if being real, quote unquote, may be a part of their brands, depending on which one you're talking about. So there is functionally no difference between whether you are attached to something fictional or a real life person. Parasocial is not as a word or a term or a concept tied to tied to the thing that you are attached to. how parasocially attached you are to something is instead defined largely by how you choose to express that attachment and how much of that attachment exists. However, yet again, it's not tied to any one subject or object. And so, when you're looking at the spectrum of parasocial relationships, right, you have a bunch, they vary, you can view it as a spectrum of sorts. At the very bottom, when you have a very small amount of attachment to something, you have detached entertainment, right? When you're just looking at something because you find it to be interesting, but you're not that emotionally invested in it for whatever reason. Then, in the middle of the spectrum, the sort of sweet spot where most content is made, and most content is made with the intention of garnering, right? You have personal investment and attachment. You do have a degree of personal investment in it. You do care about it on a personal level, but you're not going to die without it. You might mourn its loss, but you're not going to tie your personhood or your personal sense of well-being or identity to it, right? It's just this thing that you really, really like. And then on the opposite, you have the extreme end. You have pathological obsession, where you become so attached, so obsessed with something that you are essentially incapable of delineating a clear line between you and the object of your attachment. Now, when it comes to parasociality, therefore, it is not as easy as this is healthy, this is not, because they have the opposite problems. This may be harmful to the object, this is non-viable for the object. If parasocial attachment is the main object of your trade, or at least a big component of the main object of your trade, as it is with most forms of content creation online, as it is with VTubing, this detachment in your audience is death, because it means apathy, because it means they don't give a shit. And if they don't give a shit about something, they are less likely to pay money for it. So ideally, when you are a content creator, or you are a brand, or you are a corporation, the sweet spot is somewhere in the middle. You want to be here in terms of how attached you want your audience to be. When you start getting here, that's a little bit of a problem. You start to get trouble, like, for example, stalkers or death threats or bomb calls or whatever, right? So you don't want to go here. This is where it becomes unhealthy for for both parties, the creator and the viewer, but this is where it's unhealthy for the creator as well. It's not less parasociality equals better. It's not nearly as straightforward as that, especially not when career streaming is involved. However, there is something else as well. When you look at a lot of the responses to that comic, especially a lot of the responses that disagreed with it, expressed indignation, either directly in response to it, or on behalf of a VTuber in response to it, a modern VTuber in response to it, you might notice something. A lot of the responses focused on praising, upholding the idea that the more real a person is, the better, right? That when someone is more authentic, that must mean that the viewer and the creator get a better experience out of that kind of thing. That authenticity must mean that it is better. And there's this overall recurring theme among a lot of the responses and retorts to that comic, saying, being a real person, you should expect people to be a real person. People deserve to be accepted as real people, as they are in real life. And a lot of them add up to an overarching philosophy towards this streamer audience relationship that I have termed team-amism, or take me as I am-ism. This idea that you must, as a viewer, it is morally uprighteous as a viewer to be capable of accepting your favorite content creator as a real person, as they are, right? As they are, as people, right? Not as this. They don't have to be this sort of character. They don't have to curate themselves for your benefit. If you are capable of accepting them as an actual person, you are a better viewer, a better fan than someone who isn't capable of doing this, right? And there's this idea that VTubers should be allowed to simply be accepted by their audience as they are, as real life people, regardless come what may. Yeah, Sumona, exactly. It is essentially a form of asking your audience to love you, right? I do my best to stay out of the red despite my adoration. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Welcome to the stream, by the way, Demonstrous. By the way, how's the debut prep going? I haven't seen you post about that in a while on Twitter. Who is real? Yeah, exactly. So, there is this underlying assumption, a moral judgment being issued that, if you accept a VTuber as they are, as real people, then you are, a better supporter, more morally righteous. But if you don't, then somehow that is a moral indictment on you as a member of the audience. Except, there is a little bit of a problem. Because Take Me As I Am is a philosophy that works perfectly well when you're establishing real-life relationships, when you have interactions with people in person, right? Because obviously if you want someone to be your friend, or to be someone who you hang out with, or to even be a romantic partner, you want them to be able to accept you as you are, even if they want to push you towards becoming a better version of yourself, right? They still need to be capable of accepting you as is, because otherwise that friendship is going to go nowhere. That relationship is going to go nowhere. Except the problem is, like I said before, that is how it works when you have a relationship and interaction between two real people. When you can see the other person, observe things like their mannerisms, their body language, their tone of voice, their personality, rather than, how their personality appears according to their own preferences and their own acts of curation. Online, when we use social media platforms as our default way of communicating with one another, we don't actually have that ability. Because when you talk about an average IRL interaction, it's two people who can see one another, interact with one another, respond to one another in real time based off of what the other person is doing or saying, right? However, when you're talking about an online interaction, the medium, quite simply, does not permit that. You are not, as a chatter or viewer, seeing and interacting with a real person in front of you. Most of the time, you are interacting with a caricature designed to be entertaining, engaging, and something you'd want to donate to. Whereas, from the perspective of the streamer, we don't really get to view you as people either, because, quite simply, you are names and messages on a tab. So, as a result of those constraints, the very constraints of the medium itself, we are fundamentally incapable of viewing the other as an actual person. So, Team-Aim does not actually work as a guiding philosophy for building a working, enduring relationship of any sort. Actually, yeah, Spidertail, you bring up a pretty good point. Team-Aim is a problem IRL too. If you don't expect me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best isn't exactly a good thing. Yes, although I would argue it's more so in romantic relationships than it is in everyday relationships. Because sometimes dysfunctions can be overlooked if you're just being friends with someone, right? Or even if you're just being casual friends with someone. In real life, it is far easier to gauge, for example, how much in the ways of flaws you are willing to tolerate in terms of a friend, a romantic partner, whatever. Whereas online, if you say, content creators should be allowed to present themselves as they are in real life to an audience and still be accepted, that's a lot tougher of a sell. Because online, remember, not only do you have the constraints of the medium in the sense that, physically, mentally, we cannot perceive one another as people, but also you have the added problem of competition. When you go onto a social platform, you interact with a bunch, when you're a viewer, you go into a social platform. You're not just looking at one streamer in front of you. There are a variety of streamers arranged in an array for you to choose between. Which one do you find the most entertaining? Which premise is the most titillating? Which one do you want to spend the most hours watching, if you even get that far? In real life, you don't have that much of a problem. The closest real life quote-unquote interaction that resembles how viewers engage with content creators online is using a dating app. And even then, It's a whole entire medium in and of them itself that warps to an unrecognizable degree what a real life IRL interaction is like. So, for that reason, if you try to say to VTubers, look, you deserve to be accepted by an audience regardless of what you're like, you can just present yourself, you can just present yourself as you are, as a real person, to an audience, and they should be supportive of that, whatever. That sounds nice, but that fundamentally ignores the medium that both the audience and the creator is using to engage with one another. Because online interaction, streamer and viewer interaction, does not work like this. Instead, it works like this. And the sooner we can all accept that that is the reality of the situation, the sooner we can move to more actionable forms of advice, and perhaps a more interesting discussion as to the very real limitations, shortcomings, constraints of the medium and industry we all share. I'm curious, thinking about the two. Can the chairman say caricature again? What, is that is that not correct way of saying it? Is that not a correct way of saying it? Mythica streamers should accept me, a guy in chat, as I am. Yeah, exactly. So, again, there's this idea that, there's this idea that is being pushed by a lot of the retorts to that particular image, that particular comic, that, well, why shouldn't you? Why don't people accept VTubers as they are, right? You are, if you don't accept a VTuber should be allowed to present themselves as they are, as a real person, to their chat, and still be supported. Why wouldn't you? Emotes. Alright. If only there was a VTuber company that had a dozen, nay, a score or more entertaining young women offering content to the masses. I know, right? Crazy business model. No way that could ever work. However, so that's that particular binary done, right? So again, the binary of parasocial relationship positive, parasocial relationship negative, at least in the sense that it was being used, invoked as an agreement, being invoked as an argument, as a retort to what that particular comic was representing, that doesn't quite hold up very well, right? However, the third binary, and this is the most interesting to me, is the binary that is presented between Eastern VTubing and Western VTubing. And for this, we're going to go back to Cynical's second tweet, right? Second tweet where she quote-tweeted herself, clarifying further how she felt about this entire topic, right? In Cynical's tweet, she draws a very interesting but very common distinction between VTubing as it originated in the East and VTubing in the West, right? She says, quote, VTubing started in the East where idol culture is very prevalent, and now that it is in the West, VTubing has evolved into something more. If you want to watch someone who doesn't talk about their IRL at all, there are tons of HoloLive VTubers who do so, and they are amazing, right? But the interesting thing here, two things. One, the fact that she is, differentiated between East and West as a, binary. But the second thing, which I find to be especially interesting, is in how that binary interacts with cultural influences on the medium. Specifically, this is something that you end up noticing when you start looking for it. A lot of the time, when someone on the Western side of the industry talks about how VTubing originated in the East, they will cite idol culture as an influence on how the medium manifested, right? This is pretty common, right? VTubing originated in the East, they have idol culture in the East. Therefore, VTubing was a product of and or influenced by idol culture in the way that it manifests in the East, right? But when that same person talks about VTubing in the West, they don't cite an equivalent cultural influence that may end up shaping the nature of the medium and how it manifests. When people talk about VTubing as it originated in the East, they cite idol culture as a cultural influence that is unique to the, I suppose, the place where VTubing came from. But when people talk about porting VTubing over to the West and how that has affected the medium, or even if it has affected the medium, they don't cite any sort of cultural influence. They don't cite Hollywood. They don't cite, any other thing over here as some sort of cultural influence, American patriotism or whatever. They just view it as if VTubing is just this sort of, they seem to take it for granted because they don't identify any particular form of cultural influence, right? Yeah, do they cite wrestling? Do they cite Hollywood? Do they cite what? Most of the time, they don't cite anything. Once you start looking for this, habit, You start to notice it everywhere where people on this side of the industry talk about VTubing's roots in Eastern idol culture. Or, sorry, VTubing's roots in the East and its influence by idol culture. Because here's the thing. If you don't cite any sort of equivalent cultural influence when VTubing, in terms of how VTubing exists in the West, what are you just assuming that there is none? Are you assuming that somehow in VTubing's migration, importation, exportation into the West, it has somehow either evolved into a more pure version of itself or been stripped down to a more fundamental version of itself? Obviously, no. That's retarded. There has to be, if you take out idol culture, there has to be some equivalent influence, cultural influence, from this particular sphere that ends up taking the place of idol culture. Nature abhors a vacuum, and VTubing, though it may seem unnatural, is populated by people, and people very much default to the exact same behaviors as a result of the laws of nature, right? So the question then becomes, all right, VTubing in the West does not have that idol culture influence, but the question then becomes, what is the cultural influence that has now substituted in the West the place of idol culture in the East? Because there has to be something. And the answer is actually pretty obvious when people want to acknowledge it. And that is, VTubing in the West, instead of being based off of Eastern idol culture, is based off of Western streaming culture. And you can see this when you look at, for example, some of the large examples of Western VTubing, right? You have the Twitch indies, them hosting events like the VTuber Awards shows. You have small corpos, or the only quote-unquote small corpo that still exists from the age where they started cropping up. Legacy small corpo, I suppose, is the way that I would phrase it. Phase Connect. And you have HoloLive EN, right? And in all of those, you can see influences from traditional Western streaming culture as well. The VTuber Awards are modeled after the Streamer Awards. Phase Connect, especially in its early days, very much, was okay with dipping its toes into and bouncing off of lolcow streamer culture, right? Identifying, these quirky, sometimes more unsavory, brand risky parts of the online content creation sphere, and being okay with pointing, laughing, and engaging with it in whatever way. And even as recently as the year before, I forget exactly when. For example, when Gigi hosted the baby coughing contest for Fauna, the fact that she went out of her way to try and provide a cameo of Northern Lion in the contest. You can see signs of Western streaming culture in Western VTubing culture everywhere when you try to look for it, right? So on the surface, this is a pretty satisfactory answer. Okay, what takes the place of idol culture's influence on Eastern VTubing in the case of Western VTubing? Well, it's simple. Western streaming culture takes the place of idol culture's influence on the way that the medium manifests, on the way that people conceive of what, acceptable, successful conduct looks like in this space. But here's the thing. What is Western streaming culture based off of? What is the average age of most successful streamers in the Western space? Holo is barely related. They're mixed up with non-idol people. I know, but at the same time, I'm not saying that HoloLive is, one-on-one or anything, but I am saying that there are signs where you choose to look for them, especially in terms of some of the influences and some of the cameos that people choose to include or go out of their ways to include or reference. 22, maybe? See, that's the thing, right? Most successful streamers nowadays, right, the big ones, 20s, you're getting a lot of responses, 20s, late 20s, 30s, sometimes even 40s, right? In other words, they are at least 2 decades old, right? Usually. People assume that. Mid-20s, late 20s, early 30s. Most people, most successful streamers that we talk about in the West, they fall into that age range. And guess what all of those people grew up on? what defines their image of celebrity, of success, what informs streaming culture in the West. That's right, Western celebrity culture. We grew up with celebrities who appeared on TV, in movies, on talk shows, and on radio, depending on if you're in your 30s or in your early 20s. And so you can see this in, for example, instances such as the Streamer Awards going out of their way to try and aesthetically ape awards shows from legacy media like the Oscars, right? How even among the LA streaming clique, you see behavior that is very, very reminiscent of Hollywood and the way that that particular den of incestuous corruption behaves. And when it comes to a lot of the ways in which streamers begin to change their self-presentation as they become more successful, they begin to resemble more and more, very often, traditional mainstream legacy media celebrities as well, right? The Taylor Swifts, the Orlando Blooms, the Leonardo DiCaprios, and Patrick Batemans. So, by extension, when you start to understand that Western VTubing culture, the same space, I suppose, the same influence that idol culture, the same place of influence, I should say, that idol culture occupied in reference to Eastern VTubing, Western streaming culture occupies in reference to Western VTubing. Except the issue is, in Western streaming culture is itself informed by and influenced by Western celebrity culture, which is the definition of mainstream and normie. This is quite literally what is created with the express purpose of trying to shape public attitudes and opinion. What is deemed, what becomes the benchmark, the yardstick for socially acceptable thoughts, opinions, behavior, and conduct. And so, when people say that Western VTubing is full of normies, that may be a very abrasive and not very well articulated of this fundamental relationship between these three different influences on how this particular medium manifests. But fundamentally, the assertion that it is normie coded is not in and of itself completely wrong. Because, like I said before, a lot of people, when they talk about VTubing, they will cite the fact that when it existed in the East, it had a cultural influence from the East. But when they talk about VTubing as it exists in the West, for some reason, they assume, or they seem to assume, that there is no equivalent cultural influence, whereas in fact, there very much is. And that cultural influence is this. However, because most of us in Western VTubing, in the industry of Western VTubing, we grew up in this culture, it is essentially invisible to us as an influence. We don't even see it as an influence. We don't register it. So I can understand why some people look at this and I can understand why some people look at this and they go, oh, okay, VTubing has evolved, or VTubing has improved since it was imported into the West, or it has become more than what it was in the East, whereas in fact, it has simply taken on a different set of influences. It has taken out one component of itself and subbed in another one that matches the environment that it now finds itself in. And being able to track, to observe, and thus dissect how mediums change in terms of how people use them, how they manifest, based off of, the people in question, the place where it finds itself spreading to, that is a useful thing, because then that gives you a better reference point from which to judge the merits of a particular manifestation of a medium, or how it is being used, or a particular proponent of using it. Master, I think about the 10. Why people are so defensive of VTubing purity. It's one of the few escapist havens nerds have left after all the others were destroyed, and they see tourists trying to do the same thing to VTubing. Yeah, and that's normal. That's the thing with most hobbies. But again, the reason why I point this out, the reason why I've taken so much pains in terms of really hammering this point home, is because a lot of the time when people discuss VTubing and its cultural roots, this is a blind spot that keeps coming up over and over again. Idol culture is seen as an Eastern cultural influence, but streaming culture is not seen as a Western cultural influence, even though if we're being objective, it occupies the equivalent role in reference to how VTubing manifests over here. And if people were able to make that connection, well, it's a bit of wishful thinking if I were to assume that they would be able to better engage in some sort of discourse around the manner in which the medium is used, or even be able to understand better where the accusations of normiedom or normie influence come from, when they're, from more traditional VTuber fans, especially those who were fans of the medium when it was just, a product of the East. It would help when it comes to understanding where both of those sides of the argument are coming from. Because, yeah, when it comes to Western streaming culture, it is very much a product of Western celebrity or normie culture. Because this is the image of success, media success specifically, that a lot of us grew up with. And so it is what we almost reflexively begin to imitate if we are ever put in a position to do so. Lumi, thank you for the 10. To be honest, the whole Hannah Montana thing is a good, easy explanation on why kayfabe is successful. Everyone knows she's Miley Cyrus, but no one called her Miley at her concerts. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, so that is another interesting point. When you bring up what makes VTubing, how do you explain VTubing to an audience? A lot of people in the West will cite examples like Hannah Montana, like wrestling, for example, like The Rock, or The Undertaker, or whatever. And they will use that as an example to explain how VTubing works. Even though, if we're talking the mechanics of how it works, the manners in which people go about presenting themselves, establishing a performance, whatever, they're not exactly one-to-one, but they are the closest equivalents that we can draw from Western culture, right? And as a result, again, it's this part of the discussion that is invisible to most people who seems to be invisible to most people who talk about this stuff, which is why I think that, which is why I've gone out of my way to try and emphasize this as, something that is under-acknowledged, right? So fundamentally, this is, not only is it a dichotomy that I don't think holds up very well, but it is a dichotomy that has a systemic blind spot whenever it is brought up in reference to VTubing. However, now that we've gotten those three, now we've gotten those three binaries out of the way, that leaves only three more. And immediately going back to that initial list, we can rule out real versus not real. Because when people talk about, oh, what is a real VTuber? Are they a real person? Did you know that VTubers are actually real people behind the scenes? That is not usually raised as a logical, rational, or even good faith attempt at refuting an argument or whatever. It's usually just used as a satirical, ironic way of poking fun at the discussion as it exists in the first place, right? So we can immediately write that off, which leaves only two binaries left. That of talent freedom versus talent restrictions, and that of audience acceptance versus audience entitlement. So, these are two particular topics, two binaries that touch on topics that are very, very touchy for content creators. Understandably so, because they affect what you, as a content creator, are able to do, how you are able to express yourself, and what your audience is going to accept, with regards to your content, what they are going to feel you're obligated to give them, which then goes on to affect how willing they are to give you money and thus allow you to continue using this as a profession rather than just a hobby or a passion, right? So, when it comes to these two in particular, I would make the argument that the overwhelming majority of responses to that comic, initial responses to that comic, very much were oriented around responding to these two dichotomies. They boiled the whole discussion down to these two dichotomies, which is why they got so defensive, because they viewed the comic and the sentiment that it expressed as being an encroachment via stigma, the assertion of stigma, an encroachment into the freedoms, the agency of the content creators that everyone admires so much. And the thing is, there are elements of these binaries that are very valid, understandable concerns for content creators to have. The only problem is, in order to actually get to them, you have to dive through a shit ton of bad faith arguments and wade through fields of straw men. In the interests of getting past that barrier, however, we're going to take a moment to actually just get the straw men out of the way. There are, when we boil down all of the straw man arguments that were leveled against that, what the comic seemed like it was trying to argue, right? When we collate all of the responses that people were making to them in terms of the straw man arguments that they were attributing to their supposed opposition, which was, depending on how they worded it, people who were against the idea of VTubers just sharing, who they are in real life or whatever, whatever they viewed the opposite side of the binary as. The straw men that people would level against, those who bore sentiments that aligned with the comic, tended to fall into three broad categories, right? First being, the VTuber should prioritize my immersion over everything else. Right, this idea of very much entitlement, right? That the VTuber's own thoughts, feelings, desires don't matter. It's just all about the viewer themselves, right? That's the first straw man that was very commonly observed across a lot of the responses. The second was, VTubers shouldn't show that they are a real person, right? And all of the accompanying, oh, did you know that your favorite VTuber is actually a real person behind the screen? Woo! Human being, right? All of that reaction, broadly speaking, falls under this category. And then finally, you're not allowed to participate in my hobby in that way. Which basically corresponds to this, this sort of, It was basically this attempt at saying, oh, you're trying to restrict our freedoms, you are going out of your way to dictate to us what we can or can't do, fuck you, etc., etc. And of course, you had all of their variations, right? Under VTubers should prioritize my immersion over everything else. You had, no, the VTuber isn't single, how am I supposed to jerk off to ASMR? Your yandere girlfriend cuddles you after a fight now, oh no! How can I get immersed in the GFRP if I know that my VTuber is actually married? I'm a cuck. Oh. Don't clip that out of context. If anyone clips that out of context, I will take your balls. And then under the second category, you have VTubers shouldn't show that they are a real person, right? No kayfabe, no views. VTubers are only legitimate when they are playing a character. Again, yes, are there people who do unironically say these things? Yes. There are unicorns or other people, unicorns, extremists in that sense. I suppose one way that you could refer to them is old god extremists. Extremist purists, I suppose, who do unironically say these things. But for the most part, that is not what the comic was actually saying, for the most part. That's not what people who were responding positively to the comic were saying either, right? And then finally, you have, under the line of you're not allowed to participate in my hobby that way, you had the other variations of that were something along the lines of, oh, the only real VTubers, the ones who are idols or Japanese or corporate. And finally, the medium cannot ever change or evolve, never, right? Again, these were the three main strawmen that people were basically responding to, which resulted in a bunch of people talking past one another, because fundamentally, that's not really what people were saying. People weren't really saying the VTuber should prioritize the viewer above themselves at all times, right? They also weren't saying we don't want our VTubers to be real people, or we don't know that our VTubers are real people, or let me believe that my VTuber is not a real person. All of us know that the VTuber is a real person behind the model. We're not stupid, okay? This is something that all VTuber fans know. And finally, you're not allowed to participate in my hobby. That's not what people were saying either. They were expressing a personal preference and or personal disdain. That's not saying that you can't, just that if you do, this is why they will or won't respect it. Michael Orr, thank you for the 2. Deal, the balls are yours. Ah, man. However, straw men aside, right? We'll get to what the actual arguments actually seem to be later, but for the most part, these are the straw men that were asserted, that I saw being asserted and attributed most often. And again, this is what I want to move past for the sake of having an actual good faith discussion with regards to the merits of what was being conveyed, you know, with regards to what was being conveyed in that comic, right? Or more specifically, how people were talking about that comic. Because when you look at, well, one of the things that stands out is when you see this many strawmen being repeated this often in reference to a particular side of a discussion, one thing becomes very clear. That the side that feels the need to use these strawmen feel like they are being attacked in some way. And when you look at some of the responses, right? For example, Mercy Modest saying, as if Sakura Miko doesn't talk about health and family life either, or Demi saying, I'm sorry, but y'all are losers if you care about this, or Mick saying everyone needs to get less parasocial now, they aren't really attempting to identify and or engage with any sort of argument that is being pushed or put forth by the comic. They just view the comic as an attack on their person or as on their legitimacy as a VTuber, and they've responded accordingly. You have appeals to authority in the form of, you know, Hololive does this. Your response? You have appeals to triviality. LOL, Lamau, why do you care? And finally, you have ad hominems, right? This is a you problem. Skill issue, L plus ratio. If you don't like this, that's on you, right? And so, you can also see that there is, across these responses, a very clear pattern of basically attempting to fend off an attacker, right? They are very defensive in terms of the way that they are worded, right? In the case of the, you know, Mercy's use of Hololive as a reference, right? This is defense and deflection, right? Basically defending what she perceives to be an attack while also deflecting to a greater authority. This, you know, the biggest, most successful, most recognized corporation in the West does this. What is your retort? Right? Then you have Demi, which, you know, attempts to deflect while also offending. You are a loser, but also why do you care about this in the first place? You know, basically trying to disorient what she perceives as the attacker in regards to where they stand relative to what they're talking about. And finally, you have Mick's defense and offense at the same time. You shouldn't care about what the creator chooses to do on their own, how they choose to present themselves. And if you do, you are too parasocial. You need help, right? However, defensiveness aside, and even if, you know, lack of rational engagement aside, if we actually extend a little bit of charity towards what each of these individual responses are saying at their core, right? If we try to understand the fundamental concerns that they are trying to voice, they actually do have some pretty decent points if we're willing to look past the abrasiveness or the lack of logic and try to see what is likely what they are likely trying to advocate, right? And yes, this does require a little bit of charity, but for the sake of fostering discussion, genuine discourse, this is a limb that I'm willing to go out on. Mercy's retort is fundamentally an expression of the following sentiment, that VTubers should be allowed to express themselves and be vulnerable with their audiences if they choose to, even if the thing being shared is mundane. Basically, the idea that if you want to share something about yourself as a VTuber, it doesn't always have to be geared at being this big, entertaining spectacle for your audience. Sometimes it is possible to do it. It should be okay for VTubers to do it simply because they want to express how comfortable, how close, how connected they are with their audience, specifically with their community. Right? And again, there is a time and a place for that, and that is in and of itself, in a vacuum, not a bad argument to make. Then you have Demi, which, abrasive as the opening was, when you actually look through her responses to other replies throughout that tweet thread, paint a very clear picture that what she is attempting to argue is the idea that VTubers should be allowed to pursue what brings them personal fulfillment, and expecting them to give this up in the sake of becoming a better performer is unreasonable. And again, I don't think that is an inherently bad position to take, because I think we can all agree that, especially with the case of our Oshis, our favorite content creators, if they are able to achieve personal fulfillment over the course of doing their job, that is better than not being able to do so. Because a VTuber that feels unfulfilled is a VTuber that is far more prone to burning out and disappearing entirely. And that is rarely something that anyone is going to want. So, as a result of, that's a pretty obvious sort of argument to make. And that is an argument that I think that a lot of people would agree with. That personal fulfillment is an important factor in terms of what a VTuber should be allowed to do in the capacity of being an entertainer or being an online personality. And finally, with Mick's response, right? Fundamentally, when we look past the whole like name calling or essentially very inaccurate interpretation of what a parasocial relationship should be evaluated according to, we have the fundamental underlying assertion that it is unhealthy to feel entitled to a VTuber and or to tie your own sense of happiness or identity to what a VTuber says or does. And again, that is a very solid argument, a very valid point in reference to asserting proper boundaries that need to exist between audience and creator in order to facilitate some sort of sustainable ongoing relationship, transactional as it may be. And so, again, these are three rather valid defensive points, because fundamentally, these responses were born out of people interpreting that there had been an attack that is made on all of modern VTubing, or all of modern VTubers, because of the comic, that there were freedoms being encroached upon via increased stigmas or whatever, or the assertion of a stigma. And so, the fundamental takeaway from all of this is that this image, in and of itself, was interpreted as an attack on the legitimacy of modern VTubers, right? Basically, what people were saying is, if you allow this to dictate how you judge VTubers, how legitimate you deem VTubers to be, then you are going to end up essentially restricting VTubers excessively in terms of what they are able to do in order to express themselves or make their content or whatever, right? It was a retort against a perceived attack on legitimacy. However, this then raises a rather interesting question, which is, okay, if people interpreted this comic as an attack on the legitimacy of modern VTubers, then how do people in general interpret or define or evaluate the legitimacy of a VTuber? If this is an attack on the legitimacy of a VTuber, what do we actually use as criterion to determine if a VTuber is legitimate or not? And this is something that doesn't get discussed a lot, because it's rather taboo in this side of the industry. It doesn't gel well with Western values of self-determination, right? It's someone else coming in from outside and saying, this is what you are, this is what you aren't according to these objective criteria, right? It's unfashionable in the West to do this. But the assumption, the underlying premise behind people saying that this is an attack on the legitimacy of modern VTubers implies that there does exist some sort of criteria that people use, albeit perhaps subconsciously, to determine how legitimate a VTuber is. Now, I think they just felt attacked themselves. The comic had condemned corpos or idol culture, they'd be agreeing with it. But that's the thing, right? They view it as an attack on their legitimacy as a VTuber, on their status as a VTuber, right? Saying they are protecting the industry is too gracious. I'm not saying they're trying to protect the industry. I'm saying they're trying to protect a group that they themselves identify with, which is modern VTubers. And I say modern, not West, because even though the original context of this image was that it was posted on EN 4chan, right? English-speaking 4chan. it was fundamentally the difference between these two is it's not explicitly language based, more so just 2016 versus 2015. So that's why I use the term modern, right? So again, what metrics do people default to when it comes to evaluating what is a legitimate VTuber? What determines if someone is a VTuber or not, right? And broadly speaking, when you look at a lot of the arguments that people on Twitter, VTuber Twitter, were making, right? The three criterion that people seem to apply in the West to evaluating whether a VTuber is legitimate or not are the following: the medium, time served, and self-identification. These are the three factors that people tend to default to when they're trying to decide if a VTuber is a real VTuber or not. In the case of medium, what I mean when I say medium, I'm referring to what type of model does the creator use? Does it employ anime aesthetics? And how does the creator pilot their model? When people ask, when people in the West are asked what determines what a VTuber is, and when they give a response that relates to the medium of VTubing in some way, how would you define VTubing as a medium? These are often the questions that they end up asking, right? The questions they end up defaulting to. Are you a PNG tuber? Are you a, VR chat tuber? Are you whatever, right? Are you whatever, insert platform here, tuber? Like, what are you, right? What do you look like? What art style does it use? Do you use like a Photoshop PNG Snapchat filter-esque thing, or do you use live 2D, painted in anime style or whatever? And finally, how do you use your model? Do you use the toggles? What toggles did you choose to include in the way that your model was made, etc., etc., etc. Right? So a lot of this to do with the mechanics of the model, the appearance of the model, I suppose the broad category of the model itself. Second, time served. This is the most rudimentary and basic one, the one that is most often cited. How long has the creator been a VTuber for? Were they here starting from 2020? Or were they here starting from 2018? Or 2017? How long have they been using a VTuber model for? How long have they been a part of the VTuber fandom, right? When did they start consuming content as a VTuber? Or when did they start consuming VTuber-related content? If not, when were they a VTuber themselves, right? How long have they been a VTuber themselves? Almost as if it's some sort of like prison sentence where if you are a VTuber for X amount of years, then your opinion is regarded as more legitimate, or your status as a VTuber is regarded as more legitimate, right? And then finally, you have self-identification. Does the VTuber themselves identify as a VTuber? Does the creator want to be identified by others as a VTuber? Is that a label that they are comfortable with? And finally, why does the creator want to identify themselves as a VTuber? Or why do they not want that label attached to them? So when you actually look at how people in the West define what makes a real VTuber or not, these are the three factors that people often end up defaulting to. But here's the funny part. When you look at these three factors, they share a common theme. Does anyone in chat can anyone in chat spot what all of these three metrics for legitimacy, what all these three metrics have in common when it comes to defining what counts as a real VTuber or not? Okay, yeah, Native Love, seniority bias. That's close, right? That's close. That's close. There's something that all three of these share in common. Okay, a lot of people... okay. Street cred? Yes! Blue Canary. Well, Native Love, it's subjective, but most things are subjective in the entertainment industry. Yes, Canary, exactly. All three of these... are metrics of legitimacy that are relevant primarily from the perspective of the content creator themselves. These are the metrics of what defines the legitimacy of a VTuber according to a streamer's point of view. From the perspective of a streamer, how do you define whether you are a VTuber or not? Do I think of myself as a VTuber? Do I call myself a VTuber? What do I use in order to VTube? What is my virtual avatar? How does it look? How do I choose to pilot it? And finally, how long have I been around here? How long have I cared about this? How long have I said that I care about this? How long have I been making content for? Etc., etc., etc. Again, all of these factors are specifically streamer POV factors, right? When you are gauging the legitimacy of a VTuber, and if these are the only factors you use, well, sorry, if you're a content creator, these are going to be the three that you default to most often. And here's the thing. This is the other thing that ends up becoming quite interesting about the discussion from a meta perspective when you notice this, right? Since all three of these discussions as to the all three of these factors when it comes to determining how legitimate a VTuber is, how real a VTuber is, right? They all come from a streamer's POV. Very often when it comes to VTuber-related discourse on Twitter, because Twitter is the platform where discourse goes to die, but where most people choose to have it, right? The thing is, if you start to separate opinions on the basis of whether they are, whether they come from the perspective of a streamer versus if they come from the perspective of a viewer, and social media, specifically Twitter, is the platform you choose to use, take a wild guess as to which one of the two parties' perspectives is going to end up defining the discourse more than the other. Which one is going to have more influence over the overall shape of the discourse, the landscape of it, and how people choose to approach it? Let me give you a clue. Twitter, like most social media platforms, is numbers based. And guess who has more followers between those two parties? That's right, streamers. So very often, whenever you get any sort of discourse on Twitter, especially on Twitter, or that originates from Twitter, usually the dominant perspective that everything is going to be defined and or filtered through is going to be that of the streamer. Not just because streamers tend to have more followers and therefore their posts and opinions tend to garner more reach, but also because of the fact that viewers are going to be incentivized via the need or the desire to gain some sort of recognition or validation from their favorite content creator. They are going to be encouraged to adopt and echo the perspectives and opinions of their favorite content creators as well. The end result of all of this is that when you have any sort of discourse that happens over social media, or especially Twitter, if you have an issue that pertains to something to do with the relationship between content creator and viewer, usually the discussion is going to be utterly dominated by perspectives or looking at things from the perspective of the streamer, not from the perspective of the viewer. The viewer's considerations are going to essentially be regarded as if they can't exist independently of the streamer's own wants and desires, because fundamentally, when you're talking social media, through pure architecture, right? The numbers game that all social media platforms are built on top of, that foundation, right? It's always going to skew in the direction of privileging how streamers see things versus how viewers might see things. The people who everyone listens to, even if they're dumb as rocks? Yeah, basically, right? Because at the end of the day, they are why we're there, right? A lot of people, I suspect, in VTubing would not use, well, especially on the West. Well, actually, okay, that's a bit of a lie. But I do think that there is a decent chunk of VTuber fans who would not use Twitter were it not for the fact that their Oshis use Twitter, right? And the thing is, because of this underlying dynamic, this perfect storm between creator-viewer dynamics and platform design, you get this constant, sorry, give me a second. Oh, okay, much better. You get this sort of constant defaulting starting position in all discussions, all discourse, all issues, that the starting position that everything must be looked at through the lens the concerns, the priorities of streamers, of the content creator themselves. And the funny part is, you can actually spot that this you can actually spot this blind spot, for want of a better way of putting it, in the way that people were talking about this discourse as well. And for this, a very convenient example happens to be one of False's videos that he released about just over a week ago, I think. A video that he released on January 14th, titled VTubers Strike Back Against Demands to Act. Sakura Miko fan video and hollow photos alleged to be fake. And this is the first segment they led with in this video. So, going to react to just that first segment where he actually talks about the comic and how people have been reacting to it. One of the things that I like about False's video is that they act as very effective aggregators for opinion, especially opinions from VTuber Twitter and the Twitch side of VTuber Twitter. So, let me pull up the video. Let me switch over to React screen first. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, whoops. Hold. Little bit of scuff. All right, there we go. So, this is the way that the video opens, right? So we're only going to be looking at the first 4 minutes, which is the section in which he talks about the section where he talks about this particular comic and how people have been reacting to it.
Times have changed. As firstly today, we check in with Kizuna I. Joining.
Is the audio good for you guys? Remember to switch off when the video's done? Noted. Thanks for the reminder. It's kind of jarring to me. I'll reduce the audio level slightly. It might be, yeah, it's a little loud because False puts the audio on his videos to be a little bit higher than most YouTube videos. Bit loud? Okay, I've reduced it by 2 decibels, so it should be better now. Wish I could stay longer, but I'm off to bed. No problem. Thanks for tuning in for as long as you have, Demonstrous. Hope you have a nice rest.
Fortnite as a guest character on January 16th and streaming the game on the 24th. Fortnite Festival confirming her songs as Future Bass, Hello Morning, and Mirai. As the company behind Kizuna I, Active 8 is here with this post. Active 8 and Kizuna I Incorporated are currently recruiting for all positions, including video directors for Kizuna I and VTubers. Kizuna I nearly debuting a full 10 years ago in November of 2016 and often being credited as coining the term VTuber. Her original content simply being short-form videos, which...
Fred Fake, thank you for the 5. I like how your VTuber definition centers around the streamer's view of themselves because it's the main difference between rantstoners and VTubers. Yeah. Well, I mean, I find that is an it's not something that people often touch on when they're trying to define what a VTuber is. But I do think that it is something that it helps to think about as part of the set of criteria that determines what is or isn't a VTuber. Because it's a good deal clearer than just my vibes and my favorite content creator.
Brings us over to this image, making its rounds around Twitter over the past week, showing on the left, 2016. A happy individual watching a VTuber and a shorter runtime, fast forwarding to the year of 2025, and watching an individual put on...
Whoops. Okay. Little bit of internet moment. Sorry.
The face of...
Okay, let me just rewind that so it's not interrupted. So this is the way that False summarizes the premise of the image for the audience, right?
On the left, 2016. A happy individual watching a VTuber and a shorter runtime, fast forwarding to the year of 2025, and watching an individual put on the face of a VTuber for a stream that goes on for hours and hours on end, potentially talking about personal topics like their home, traveling, and romance. This particular image receiving loads of attention from VTubers.
So on this, starting from this point, he moves on from summarizing what the image is to talking about how people react to the image. But again, I want you to note the things that False points out specifically when he's describing the premise of the image. He points out the difference in starting date, 2016 versus 2015, the thing that is being shown on screen, VTuber versus person wearing the mask of a VTuber, the thing that the person is, thinking about in terms of the VTuber or the person behind the VTuber, the things that the VTuber is talking about in terms of, house, something to do with living situation, traveling, romantic relationships, and he points out the runtime. What is missing from that particular summary of what the image shows. There's one particular point that is kind of glossed over here. And it's something that it's not unique to False in any regards. A lot of the other people who responded to this tweet on Twitter also had the exact same blind spot when they were interpreting the image. Yes, Noxin, exactly. The expression on the viewer's face. And we'll get into why that's important later. But to go on, so this is from this point onwards, he starts talking about how various different VTubers have been responding to this, reacting to this, etc., etc.
VTuber fans and VTuber haters alike. Vampire VTuber Skydark reacting with me when I realized VTubers are human and not just anime characters. Bunny VTuber Bipsy here with kinda sick of this. If you want full immersion, full acted corpo ran idols, you can find that and enjoy that. If you want a real person who just uses a model with light immersion and human to human interaction, you can find that and enjoy that. There's no rules to it, find what you enjoy. Whereas being a little bit more direct is Demi saying, I'm sorry, but y'all are losers if you care about this. This particular tweet receiving 28,000 likes and 1 million views and receiving reactions all across the board. Some saying Demi, a VTuber, is simply a tourist. Others deriding VTuber viewers as...
Yeah, again, you're not, if you actually go through some of the other things that people are saying in chat, well, actually, Yom, it's very interesting that you say that, because the thing that most people who relate to the comic seem to relate to is the expression on the viewer's face. But when content creators view the image and interpret it as an attack on themselves or others like them, the thing that they tend to gloss over the most is the expression on the viewer's face. Again, when I talk about the difference in perspective between streamer POV and viewer POV, that's part of what I'm talking about. And again, that is why it's something that I'm bothering to emphasize when I'm looking at how people have interpreted and responded to this particular image. I hopped in late, but the meme just looks like unicorns in a nutshell to me. See, that is one way that people were interpreting it, but I would make the argument that it is more than just that. And I think interpreting it as just unicorns is a little... I don't think that it is a correct interpretation of the image for multiple reasons that I'll get into in a second.
As delusional, as Demi would follow up with VTubing hot take. Stuff of
Ken Kaneki, I'm going to push back against that, because I don't think it is narcissism, or at least not in the pathological sense. Streamers, because of the very requirements of their job, right? They have to have a very, very powerful sense of self, and they have to be very, very capable of viewing stimuli, interpreting things through the lens of how it relates to them. When they look at audience interactions, how does it relate to me? When they look at trends and what people are doing online, that are gaining numbers, how does that relate to me? When they look at how people feel about certain issues or whatever whatever their audience happens to be talking about, how does that relate to me? So it's not so much narcissism as it is just a degree of self-centeredness that is both natural and, I would argue, essential to the job of being a content creator. So I don't think I would use narcissism as the term to describe that phenomenon. Because like I said, the blind spot is, it does affect how people end up discussing this and how people end up seeing this. But I don't think it is pathological in and of itself. Oh, for sure, I'm curious as to what else people can interpret it. It's just tough to look at it much different with how many people seem to be immediately go on the defensive with unicorns. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
focusing on what you think other people want. If you want to play a character and keep your IRL self private, go for it. If you want to use VTubing as a means to express yourself freely, go for it. One is not better than the other. Do what makes you happy. Perhaps talking about the romance/relationship aspect to this, we have Bella here saying, I think all VTubers should wear a chastity belt to show their...
So a lot of this is, a lot of the examples being cited are following the same vein of, oh, look, funny, haha, look at this guy who made this image, isn't it silly? And here's everyone dunking on it, right? So that's basically the main lens that the comic in and of itself is presented towards the beginning of False's compilation of reactions to it.
Commitment to chat. Alongside, we have Asha remarking, I remember when I first started...
I think they just can't relate to the idea that the viewer is looking for escapism, doesn't want to be reminded that their escapist entertainer has a better life than them, which is my interpretation based off of houseplay and relationship image. That's fair enough. That's fair enough, right? However, the thing is, how do I phrase this? I think that there is a difference between saying that they can't relate to it and saying that it is narcissism, right? Because, don't get me wrong, I think that there are quite a few examples of narcissistic creators that we have seen in this space over the past few years, right? Especially. But the very act of not being able to, readily, instantly relate to the perspective of a viewer, I don't think that that is in and of itself a pathology. Would it be good if a creator was able to do that? Sure. Would it stop a lot of them from putting their feet in their mouths? Also, yes. But I don't expect most content creators to do that, which may be because I've seen too much of people doing and saying stupid things in this industry to have that expectation anymore. But fundamentally, I don't think it is in and of itself some sort of pathology or illness. It's just a natural part of doing the job that most streamers do. The sheer hubris of taking something you don't understand and telling people how it works is what gets me. Yeah, I can see that.
Started VTubing, I told everyone that I cannot portray a character different from my own personality. Thus, Asha is really just me, but 2D and with bigger titties. Plus, we have...
Okay, so 2 things that I want you guys to note about this, right? 2 aspects of the dominant retort / opinion that is being asserted in response or in protest to the comic. 1, who I stream as is me. 2, VTubing is a career, right? Simultaneously, those are 2 premises that are being advanced alongside one another in the retorts to this comic. I want you to keep that in mind. Who I am on stream is very much who I am in real life, and I view VTubing as a career. Those 2, when combined, make for some pretty interesting directions, pretty interesting lines of thought when you actually bother to dissect them. But again, I'll leave that until later on in the
my own
stream.
personality. Thus, Asha is really just me, but 2D and with bigger titties. Plus, we have Astraline's Alfide saying, don't put each other down. Some people prefer a character, others want a person with shared experiences to talk to. Both are okay. As talking further on this is PP Slayer, asking, are there any VTubers who play...
I feel like this was one of the few responses where someone genuinely said, I don't really get what people are saying here. Can someone explain it to me?
A character 24/7.
Read out the rest.
I tend to do these very long 3 to 4 hour chatting sessions, streams, and it just feels literally impossible to do that while ignoring every single real life experience or story that I could say to make the chatting interesting. Are there VTubers that make up stories in regard to their fictional character or just chatting streams? I fully agree that streamers should never go in depth about personal details, but a story from your childhood, or a funny interaction at the grocery store, or a story about a trip you took. These all break the character, but they are my favorite things to listen to people chat about. Iochi here with hard agree. My chatting streams would be boring as hell if I had to stay in character. I personally prefer the idea of, yeah, you have a character with lore, and you sometimes roleplay a little because it's fun, but 95% of the time, you're just you. As rounding...
Again, note that when people are voicing their protest against what they interpreted the comic to say, a lot of their points revolved around the fundamental question of, so what am I allowed to say? So what should I be allowed to say? Rather than the opposite of, what shouldn't I say? What should I withhold from my audience? It defaults to a perspective of, okay, people are telling me I can't say things. What if I said this? Or why can't I say this? Rather than the opposite of, what might be detrimental to share? What should I possibly withhold? Right?
Us out here is Vealer's Mercy, saying, I don't give an F. You're going to hear me...
The VTubers never bring up lore? Yeah, exactly.
talk about going to the dentist. This, in a way, echoed by Hololive English's Raura Panthera.
This is like a tiny nitpick from me, but here, when False says echoed by, it's not really correct, because echoed by implies that Raura was saying it in response to Mercy, whereas it's the other way around. This was a tweet that was made 2 days before Mercy made hers. So echoing, not echoed by.
minor thing, but I get what False is trying to say here, in the sense that, you know, uses going to the dentist as an example, and it might be a reference to the fact that Raura, you know, made a post 2 days earlier. You know, again, big Hololive talent, said that, you know, they shared with their audience on Twitter that they were going to the dentist, etc., right?
Tweeting out, I'm at the dentist, sitting in the waiting room. I'm so scared. Please, someone save me. I'm about to run away. Mercy continuing to say, as if Sakura Miko doesn't talk about her health and family life either, and bringing up even more examples, saying Subaru talked about her vacation in Hawaii with her family. Korone talked about going to a con.
Ken Kaneki. The funny thing about Dizzy's response, she didn't actually, I don't think Dizzy ever said anything about this particular aspect of discussion, but in response to the initial, you know, give me a hot take about VTubing tweet, one of the things, I think Dizzy made a quote tweet to it saying, VTubers should stop having opinions. Which is, I think that was the perfect response to that, to be honest. We got the VTuber version of Greeks saying that all Greeks lie before GTA 6. Just imagine that. Man, cultural evolution is wild.
Sakura Miko talks about Uber Eats and McDoubles and moving to a new apartment. Suisei talked about buying her mother a brand name purse. So now the question is to you, dear viewer. What are you looking for in a VTuber? Or more specifically, a VTuber stream rather than the curated, edited videos from yesteryear? Feel free to leave your comment below.
Yeah, Mara, exactly. That's why I find it funny, right? Because I think it's a deliberate play on the, you know, Greek telling people that all Greeks lie thing, right? All right. So from that video, right? So one of the things that you noted, so when I pointed out that, oh, okay, when False was summing up the premise of the picture for the audience that was watching his video, he kind of glossed over the expression of the viewer on both sides of the comic, even though that was the thing that most people were citing as the thing that they actually relate to as a viewer. But then again, when False does these videos, he edits them down, he makes them more efficient. In this particular case, he needed to cut it down to the point where it's a short, sweet segment that can get people engaged and moving on to the next portion of the video. So, maybe he when he first saw the image, because he usually does this thing where he goes through news stories on stream first, then he puts out a video about them. So, I went, okay, maybe in the video it was edited down, maybe he had a more elaborate explanation or response to it on stream. So I went to the stream where he first talked about this, which also happened on January 14th, I believe. And so I went to the section of this 2-hour stream titled VTubers Aren't Real, where he talked about the comic, and when he reacted to it, presented it to his audience, basically pitched it. I guess pitch is not the right word, but presented a premise of it, a short premise of it to his audience before it would show up in the form of video. And starting from 1 hour 29 minutes 46 seconds, he starts talking about the comic, and this is how he ends up summing it up on stream as well. So hold on, give me a second. All right, there we go.
Yeah, the Yowie hands. Which brings us now to this. This is one of our topical episodes here that we're probably going to be making here. It's a very what are the things VTubers are saying right now? You guys have probably seen this graphic before. Obviously, it was making its rounds last year, and this particular post here from Rama said still ongoing in 2026. Kind of brought it all back. Loads and loads and loads and loads of responses here. So 2016. Oh look, it's the VTuber. I only see the VTuber, and the videos are only like, maybe 10 or 20 minutes. Wow, it's magical. Wow. And then in 2025, all these e-thoughts. All these e-thoughts. Just using digital mimicry to just be an e-girl. So there's a lot of ways this got interpreted as, right? Like, obviously, the guy on the left is very happy in 2016, very not happy in 2025 because he can't see the VTuber anymore, right? He can only see the woman behind the VTuber. Oh, no.
Okay, so again, that is how he describes, he sums up the premise on stream as well. And yet again, you have the same focus on, okay, 2016, 2015, what's on screen, what's being talked about, length of stream, or etc., etc.
And then when he does talk about the expression of the viewer, there are two inbuilt assumptions behind what he, how he ends up summarizing it. One, which is that the viewer is simply not happy, and two, which is that the viewer is not happy because he can't see the VTuber anymore, right? Which, and again, this could be me taking, interpreting what he said in a way that he didn't mean it, but that implies that it's outside of the viewer's capability to observe that there is a VTuber there, right? Or I assume that he meant it in the sense that the viewer having the person behind the VTuber being foremost on their mind inhibits their ability to actually enjoy the VTuber's content in and of itself, right? But again, when he describes the viewer's expression, he says that the viewer is not happy, and that's it, right? And then in the video itself, it's not really touched on at all.
Being unable to follow kayfabe is a skill issue of the viewer. Ouch! Oof. Are they mad that she's relatable and open? Why can't my VTuber be like Hatsune Miku and not real? Is that a VTuber with a private jet? I think it just means they're traveling. Like the VTuber talks about, their house, maybe the house they're buying, maybe where they're living, the traveling maybe they're doing or have done, and potentially any like love interest they have or something like that, right? That's my interpretation of the three topics here next to my head.
Okay, so in keeping with that theme that I mentioned earlier, right, of things being viewed through the perspective of a content creator rather than that of a viewer, the reason why I fixate on the expression of the viewer being an important part of interpreting the meaning of this image is because two details that people tend to gloss over. One, when you say that the viewer is not happy, the viewer isn't angry. The viewer doesn't hate what he's watching. He's halfway through a multi-hour long VOD. So the point is obviously that he cares about what he is consuming, that he cares or he is invested in what is going on here. Even though the length of the content is significantly longer than it was back in 2016, he is still halfway through it, right? But his expression, like I said, it's not hate. He's tired. He feels tired. And that is the thing that makes a lot of the defensive responses to this comic seem a little out of place, at least from my perspective. Because this guy, when he's thinking about the person behind the VTuber, again, if it would be different if the comic painted him with like a frowny face, as if he's angry while thinking about the person behind the VTuber. But no. He's thinking about the person behind the VTuber, he's watched halfway through that multi-hour VOD, and yet he is tired. What the comic is showing is not hatred, it's fatigue. And that is the thing that so many of the people talking about this seem to have glossed over.
Yeah, so obviously I'm gonna go ahead and say this. If we're talking about 2016, you're talking about Keys and I. There was literally no one else out there. She actually debuted in November of 2016 with these short videos, right? The short video format kind of got put by the side within like months, because within a year you had Niji Sanji and Hololive, especially Niji Sanji, kind of coming to us with streams, and that kind of reorientated like, oh yeah, VTubers are streamers instead of VTubers, they're video makers, right? Obviously VTubers can still make videos, but that's not the primary content that YouTube serves up. It's the streams, right? So that in
also another thing I want to point out, it is, if you just say that the guy is, he goes from happy to unhappy, right? There's a lot of ways that you can interpret that, right? And a lot of the ways that people, especially VTubers, ended up interpreting this was, oh, because he's unhappy, that must mean that the content is worse, that he hates the content. Therefore, that this content is not, it's illegitimate, right? There's a mask being worn. Therefore, they're not a real VTuber. And, the person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Rather than looking at the fact that, again, a lot of people took note of the fact that, the length of the content was longer. But they didn't understand the significance of the fact that the viewer had still watched up to around halfway through it, right? Which shows investment, which shows that, at least the implication, I would assume visually, is that they care about what is being shown to them, right?
Didn't last very long. Let's be for real about like the length of all this stuff here, right? But everything else, of course, we had a lot of different responses here. Yeah, when did Kaguya Luna come out? Kind of interested, actually. And don't worry, chat, I'll be reading what you have here. But this kind of goes back to, you know, are VTubers real? How real are they? How real do you want them to be? We have our ongoing poll right now on YouTube with the question, are you real? Yes or no? And we're going to end that in about 20 minutes. Just with about 5 minutes left on the stream. She's real to me, damn it! Let's bring up, you know, professional wrestling and kayfabe.
Another thing that's funny, a lot of people use, you know, a lot of people, again, False's response is not unique in any regards. A lot of people had a similar sort of retort towards this, or a similar thing that they defaulted to using as a way of mocking this comic by saying, she's real to me, you know, she's real to me, etc., 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 right? But unironically, the reason why, at least the way that this comic is drawn, I would assume, the reason why the guy is fatigued is because, quite literally, the person behind the VTuber is real to him, right? He both perceives and is thinking about her while still watching. And the realness is, in fact, the source of the fatigue. Not this sort of... It's not this sort of... It's funny because on one side you have people saying VTubers should be allowed to be their real selves, and on the other side you have people mocking those who have expressed that they relate to this comic by saying, "Oh, you know, she's real to me. She's real to me." Imagine saying she's real to me, but they both kind of both arguments are kind of conjoined in expressing why the sort of fatigue, the viewer fatigue that this comic, I assume, was drawn to convey, right? She's real to me, and therefore I have more to think and or worry about, right? The comic not only criticizes the VTuber more than it criticizes the viewer. Yeah, that too, right? If you become invested in the content creator, the person, the content creator, how is that going to affect you as a viewer, right? And this comic's thesis seems to be, if you become invested in the person behind the VTuber, that opens you up to fatigue, right?
And all the topics that come around with this. Let's see.
And again, to tie this back to viewer versus streamer POV, when you look... Okay, let's do a little bit of an experiment here, right? Because I really want to hammer home how significant the difference is depending on whether you interpret this comic through the lens of a streamer's perspective or through the lens of a viewer's perspective. Let's say, for example, that we... Hold on, give me a second. Let me play around with the pen here in Canva. All right. Let's say, for example, in this comic, that we completely erased the viewer, right? Take them out of the equation entirely. Sorry, give me a second. Hold on. Is there any way for me to enlarge the pens? Oh, there is. Okay, there we go. All right. Let's say, for example, in this comic, that we took out the viewer from it entirely, right? If we just had these two images, if we're just focusing on the difference between 2016, 2025, if we're just looking at how the creator's situation may have changed now, right? Yes, you may have the negative connotation of the fact that the creator in the second one is wearing a mask, right? But on one hand, the content is longer, But the creator also seems to be happy as well as the mask being happy. So it looks like a completely positive thing, right? The creator gets to talk about their life, you know, their home situation, going on travels, talking about their love life, and now they're smiling behind the mask as well. The content is also longer on top of that. So if you were to take the viewer out of the equation entirely, this is a purely positive change. The creator being able to share more of who they are, what they are like, etc., completely comfortably, with no consideration for how anyone may react negatively to it whatsoever, right? And the thing is, then you add the viewer back in. Part of the reason, I suspect, why there was such a massive dissonance between people who... Well, actually, here's the thing about this kind of content, where a creator talks about themselves, their own lives, their own struggles, their own lived experience, and a viewer just listens and becomes invested in the person behind the persona. This may sound... When I say this, a lot of people may... Their reflexive response to me saying this may be denial or even resentment, but... objectively speaking, this type of content is worse for the viewer in every conceivable metric. Now, when I say that, I don't mean that it is worse in terms of entertainment value. I don't mean that it is worse in the sense that it is lower quality or any such, or any such simplistic interpretation of that phrase. When I say that it is worse, the reason why I say that is because when you move over from this type of content to this type of content, in this particular scenario, the viewer has a combination of less input in what content gets made, in terms of the fact that, the content being shared is based off of what the creator feels like sharing rather than what the viewer feels like seeing or hearing. And in addition to that, they are more invested in it emotionally because of the fact that there is an awareness. There's no attempt at even hiding the fact that this is a real person on the other side of that screen. It is worse for the viewer because the viewer has less input, less agency, more investment. Let's say, for example, when a VTuber talks about how their life is going great, most of the time fans are going to be really happy with that. When a VTuber talks about how they're going through a struggle, now we have a problem. Because what are fans being asked to do? Are they supposed to care? If they are supposed to care, how are they supposed to deal with that feeling? What, do they leave a positive comment? Do they donate money? Are either of those things likely to fix the situation or problem being discussed and shared? Maybe, but maybe not. Again, it is, in all conceivable metrics, when you think about it from the perspective of a viewer, not a content creator, the viewer has significantly less control over what they end up feeling or consuming in this particular case, right? And again, some people may say, skill issue. Don't watch, then, right? Don't watch. But the whole point that the whole point of this comic, the thing that it was basically trying to respond to, is the fact that this is not, this is not talking about one specific content creator, but rather a general trend across an industry and an entire niche of content, right? And when you look at it as something that is not designed to represent one specific scenario, but rather a general industry slash subcultural slash niche medium shift or trend, then I think it becomes a little bit more understandable as to what exactly the significance of this person looking tired while thinking about the person behind the mask, while also watching halfway through a multi-hour VOD. The combination of those parts of the image start to make a bit more sense. Rather than just, oh, this is a unicorn feeling slighted that someone's now talking about romance. Because if that was the case, then it wouldn't have shown the streamer talking about something to do with their home, something to do with travel, and also romance, right? It would just be the romance part that's different, right? Compassion fatigue, exactly. It is an extension of the topic that we talked about only 2 weeks ago, right? Oh, sorry, however long ago that stream was. There are dangers to oversharing for sure, especially when it comes to sharing information that is inherently sad or depressing. Yeah. Now, cognitohazard may be a bit of a dramatic way of phrasing it, but fundamentally, there is not a lot of difference between a streamer sharing a personal story of a struggle that their audience cannot help them resolve with said audience, and a cognitohazard. Because if that audience chooses to listen, chooses, or has been conditioned to care, then they're going to end up feeling bad even if they don't act on that feeling. And over time, if that member of the audience feels bad enough, they're going to stop watching. And you can see how this becomes a problem if you view VTubing as a career, because you don't want people to stop watching. I think 2025 represents my feeling towards indies, especially with how many talk about their sex life so much. I have no idea what that... I've not observed that trend myself, but then again, perhaps I watch very different indies from you. But in any case, going back to this, the other thing that I wanted to sort of note was, so when I was watching through the section of the VOD where False was talking about the story, the other thing I was looking for was, okay, again, sometimes he goes through Twitter responses in the streams that he doesn't end up including in the final cut of the video. So I was sort of looking to see if there were any instances where he went over something on stream that didn't get included because of runtime or whatever.
Oh, yeah, and again, Neurosama being brought up, right? Like, that's why I watch Neurosama. I legitimately saw an unironic comment just like that. I was like, this is why I watch Neurosama. It's the closest thing I get back to that 2016 feeling. I actually saw a comment just like that, yeah. Define real. Okay. So firstly, we have Skydark. Saying, me when I realized VTubers are human and not just anime characters. Yeah, so again, there was some kind of immediate pushback here from some VTubers, right? And lots of interpretations like, oh, how sad. And then pushback the other way. Bipsy here, kind of sick of this. If you want full immersion, full acted Corpo Ran idols, you can find that and enjoy that.
So from here, I am going to mostly skip through the various examples that he ends up pulling up just to show like which ones that he shows on stream end up making their way over to his final video as well. Oh, Aquarake, welcome to the stream. Hold on. All right, it won't let me fast forward. Oh, rip. Okay, that went too far forward. Okay, so next he reviews Demi's tweet, right? Then he goes into her replies, shows off her elaboration on what she actually meant with her initial response. Then, hold on, I'm just going to wait for the Twitch player to actually catch up. Okay. The part where I was really interested, though, was when he showed off Pippi Slayer's response.
Yeah, the whole move to Japan is just, whew. That was here. I think all VTubers should wear a chastity belt to show their...
Okay, so Bella, yet again, another example of a tweet that was shown in the video.
Hi, welcome. Yeah, right now we're talking about VTuber in the long time ago. Big Booba Husbando raid. Thank you for at last. It's a stream. We got some other...
Okay, so Alfide, Asha, again, both of those were shown in the final video as well.
Because I wasn't so creative, so having this conversation is kind of funny, and that's good. She said that early on. Yeah. I have a genuine question about this, so please don't...
Okay, so yeah, this is where he starts talking about Pippi Slayer's response.
We have PB Slayer here with a very long question. I have a genuine question about this, so please don't come at me with an antagonistic mindset. Are there any VTubers who play a character 24/7? I don't think so. I think you'll get some VTubers that are trying to play it for the majority of the time, but I don't think you're going to get them for 24/7. I don't think that's possible. You know, when you're talking about like short form content, that...
No problem, Burbo. I hope you recover nicely.
It's like, you know, the content back there from 2016 that's like 10 to 20 minutes and it's pre-recorded. Yeah, of course you can play a character. of course. But if you're doing a stream and you're just spitballing for hours on end, that's so much more challenging. That's so much more challenging, right?
There is a whole other stream topic that I have in the works at some point in the future. This is just floating around in my head for now, to do with explaining how the manner in which VTubing manifests as a medium changes significantly depending on which platform you are using to do the VTubing content. And specifically that not only is it the case that the difference between edited videos and live streams affects the way that VTubers end up making their content, but also depending on which platform you end up live streaming on, that also has another impact as well. Because platform culture goes on to affect the way that the use of virtual avatars is done, right, essentially. And platform culture is downstream from platform function. So again, just little thing that I've been tossing around in my head.
IoT further agreeing here with PP Slayer. PP Slayer saying, I tend to do these long 3 to 4 hour chatting session streams, and it just feels literally impossible to do this while ignoring every single real life experience or story, I should say, to make the chatting interesting. Are there VTubers who make up stories in regards to their fictional character and just chatting streams? Yeah, that happens with any streamer. They make up stuff. Videos you can edit to look a certain way. Yep. I fully agree that streamers should never go in depth about personal details. But a story from your childhood or a funny interaction at the grocery store or a story about your trip you took, those all break the character, but they are my favorite things to listen to people chat about. This question, do the JP VTubers who keep the character really never talk about anything like this at all? No, that's a myth. We're going to talk about it in a second. IoT agreeing to this. Hard agree. My chatting streams would be boring as hell if I had to stay in character. I personally prefer the idea, yeah, you have a character with lore, and you sometimes roleplay a little because it's fun, but 95% of the time, you're just you.
Pavlo, maybe this is why I like VTubers that do skit video. Maybe this is why I like VTubers that do skit videos. It gives them that opportunity to really do the old-fashioned kind of content with full kayfabe, commitment to bit. See, actually, you raise a rather interesting point, because I'm assuming that you're a pretty long-time viewer of Dizzy, right? Because I think I remember seeing you in her chat even before I started watching her streams like regularly. So Dizzy is actually a very interesting example of this. Actually, I might even use her as an example to help with an exercise and sort of illustrating my point a little bit better after the planned yapping portion of the stream is over.
Yeah, VTubers lie. It says false in the year of 2024, not 2026. I think it also comes down to, do you like the personality of this VTuber or not, right? And I think a lot of the people that have a issue sometimes with this more IRL approach just don't like the personality of the person in the first place, right? And they don't want to say it like that. They want to make it a bigger, grander thing, like you're ruining VTubing.
Okay, now again, conversely, if people want their content to be based around their personality, that is, can you see how when you say, maybe people just don't jive with your personality to begin with, and so they want to make it a grander thing by saying you're a threat to VTubing, right? But conversely, the thing that is taken for granted is that when you use your personality as the main draw of your professional VTubing, right? Why is that regarded as something you don't need to question as a perfectly legitimate approach towards doing this as a career, right? And again, I'll get into more details to what I mean in a second.
All right. So here we have VLR's Mercy. Also seeing this and saying, I don't...
So from here, he goes on to talk about Mercy's tweet, right? And then he discusses that a little bit further, talks about her response, where she cites HoloLive as an example or a counterexample, then back to Demi's tweet, and he doesn't return to PP Slayer's response. And yet again, the main thing here is, like I said before, a lot of the discussion around how people have been approaching the interpretations of this image has primarily centered around creator-based perspectives. And it has, as a result, inherited the priorities of creators, the main values of creators, and also, what the ways of thinking that are endemic to creators, content creators, streamers, VTubers, right? That has been the dominant frame through which this picture and this whole discourse as it's in its entirety has been interpreted for the most part. However, what I'm going to try to do is do a little bit of reframing, take it away from just being a content creator based way of looking at this, and maybe try to introduce a little bit more viewer based perspective here. Because it all comes back to how the medium of VTubing actually works. Now, here's the thing. This is something I talked about back in the stream that I did. I believe this was the stream that I did on Nexus. Well, the first stream that I did on Nexus. Where I was going through a bit of the history of how Kizuna Eye came to be or whatever. So, most people will see this and they agree that VTubers they have, broadly speaking, two components to them, right? On one hand, you have the virtual model, the literal medium that you have in front of you that you see on stream as a viewer. And the second component being the talent themselves, their personality, their aspirations, the way that they choose to perform on stream. I almost said on camera, but that's not quite correct. So you have those two components. Both of these are essential. You take away one of those, you don't have a VTuber. It's very simple. You try to just have a virtual model, but you swap out the talents between them, that doesn't work. People hate that. Same thing with if you have just the talent themselves, but no virtual model, then at that point you're just a regular streamer, not a VTuber, right? So again, in order to actually have a VTuber, this is pretty, most people will agree, hopefully, you need both of these components. They are both equally integral to the creation of what we call a VTuber. However, both of these components also represent different values that they end up imparting to the final performance that the audience actually gets to see and enjoy. So, hold on, give me a second. Let me change my brush so that it's no longer as fat. All right. So, when you have these two components to the medium, right? The virtual model gives it a degree of escapism, a degree of performativity, the ability to help with expressing what the performer wants to do through the use of toggles, through the use of aesthetics, etc., 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 right? Then you have the talent themselves, which bring their own dreams, their own sense of creativity, and their own personality to the performance. You combine those two things together, and the final VTuber has a combination of those, condensed down to captivation of the audience, self-expression for the creator, and immersion for all parties involved. The creator gets to live their dream of being an entertainer, an idol even, and the audience gets to live their dream of being able to push, an ordinary person into achieving stardom, right? Speed on, we'll get to Neuro later on in the stream, don't you worry. So, the thing is, this is the creator side of how things work. However, the question then becomes, if you don't have an audience, you're not going to have much of a VTuber, right? At least not if you want to do this professionally or as a career. So why do audiences tune in to VTubing content? Well, fundamentally, we go back to one of the most basic theories, concepts that we are taught when we talk about, marketing or whatever, which is UGT, uses and gratifications theory. Basically, very simple, it is the idea that when someone consumes any sort of content, they do so in order to fulfill some sort of need, right? Users don't engage with media for no reason, they do so with a purpose, and that purpose is to satiate some sort of need, right? And these needs are, broadly speaking, there are 7 general categories: relaxation, habit, escapism, trend chasing, self-expression, companionship, and social interaction. Relaxation, self-explanatory. Habit, you do it often. You get used to doing it. It comforts you to do it. Escapism, wanting to get away from the way that the world is, or, your 9-to-5, memories of how you have a mortgage to pay, etc., etc. Trend chasing, you want to appear that you're in with the popular culture, right? Self-expression, you feel like you're able to express yourself better through the content you consume, or participating in the creation of the content you like. Companionship, this is pretty self-explanatory as well. And social interaction, maybe you're not talking to another person face to face, but you are saying something in the form of maybe a message in chat, and you are having that message read and responded to by another human being. So, when you have all of these, you do generally when people consume content on the internet, right? It is any sort of combination of these 7 traits. However, with VTubing specifically, VTubing as a medium tends to specialize in these 4: escapism, self-expression, companionship, and social interaction. And essentially, because of how much VTubing interacts with UGT in this sort of specialist manner, there have been papers that have been published by university students trying to observe or come up with some sort of framework to define how VTubing relates to stuff like UGT, or how VTubing can be understood through the lens of UGT. For example, this paper that was published in 2014, titled VTuber Concept Review, The New Frontier of Virtual Entertainment, which states, quote, that VTuber content helps in the communication of individuals with difficulties in social interaction through a symbolic interactionism based on 3 concepts. Now, to condense that down into actual human language, what that means is, essentially, VTuber content helps people fulfill their need for social interaction because they act as this sort of proxy for interacting with another human being. And the manner in which they act as that proxy is tied to 3 fundamental pillars. 1, interpretation of the character. 2, the self-vision of the spectator. And 3, how these meanings are shaped by the people around them. You can find this on page 89 of the paper if this is something that you want to look into yourself. And you can condense that down even further to 1, interpretation of the character being self-expression of the talent, self-vision of the spectator being companionship. How does the viewer view themselves in relation to the content creator whose stuff they are tuning into? And finally, how these meanings are shaped by the people around them, social interaction. How does your interaction with this content, your consumption of this content, fit in the context of the social environment surrounding both you and the content creator you are currently engaging with as a viewer, right? I cannot believe these papers get taken seriously. VTubing is a, well, I don't know if it's a growing industry, but it certainly is. It's generating more and more revenue year on year. So obviously there are going to be more and more people in academia especially who take an interest in this. Also, when you are, think about it, right? If you are, my professors would kick me to the ground and spit on me if I ever dared to present something silly. You forget, this is arts, right? Arts is free rate. In return for not being guaranteed employment once we graduate, we are allowed to get a little silly when we're in the process of trying to graduate. So, arts is basically where you have free reign to basically be as quirky, as weird as you want in terms of the case studies or examples you choose to talk about. I think I brought this up at some point early in one of my earlier streams, but one of my best assessment tasks was, it's media, right? So it's arts. One of the best assessment tasks that I have ever handed in was an essay that I did about Unus Annus and Belle Delphine bathwater. To this day, I have never had any other academic task that I have done better in. And that was an essay that was supposed to be about the theory behind how people perform and deal with taboo in theater. So, yeah, basically anything goes, right? No messing around there. Yeah, I was in law and political. Yeah, no, there's no way. Yeah, I understand why your professor would be strict with you if that is what you're doing, right? But yeah, no. Again, stricter education, but also high chance of employment after you're done. We have the opposite problem. So, in any regards, when you condense down the relationship between viewer and content creator, the foundations that they are built off of, you have fundamentally these 3 pillars, right? Self-expression, companionship, and social interaction. And the thing is, in order for this to work, to define that relationship, to create that symbiosis between VTuber and viewer, you need both components, right? You need both parties, VTuber and their audience. When you have them combining in this sort of, I hate to use this word because of how much of a tech bro buzzword it has become, but to create this sort of synergistic relationship between the two parties, that is where you get your immersion from. That's what allows VTubers to gain that sense of empowerment and, oh shit, this is my dream. I'm able to pursue my dream of being a performer, an idol, something more than just a regular person, right? And this is also what gives audiences their immersion of, fuck yeah, we're able to push someone. I mean, again, Oshi literally means push, right? We're able to push someone towards achieving that dream of becoming more than just a regular person, right? Becoming someone who is essentially extraordinary in the most literal interpretation of the word, right? But again, you need both parties in order for this final effect to be created. And that is the issue that I have with how a lot of people have been interpreting this comic, because it focuses solely on the VTuber. What should the VTuber be allowed to do? What is the VTuber entitled to do? What would encroach upon the freedoms of the VTuber? Which again, are all valid concerns to have, right? They're all things that are understandable to think about, discuss, put a lot of energy towards trying to protect, right? But everyone seems to be forgetting that there is an entire other half of the equation that is essential for the final product to be viable. And I understand that a lot of instances where this discourse crops up, especially on social media and especially on Twitter, this is not going to register because numerically, by design, it is not one that gains traction very often. However, and it is also one that, you know, content creators develop a skill when it comes to expressing themselves better. Viewers have no such pressure on them to develop the same skill. The end result is usually that VTuber fans who want to express why they are comfortable or uncomfortable with something are not, generally speaking, the best at doing so. Same thing when this doubles and amplifies when you're talking about the original demographic for VTubing as a medium, which are kind of, you know, otakus, right? Otakus are not, they're generally not stereotyped as being the most articulate people in the world when it comes to talking about their own thoughts and feelings. Now, that doesn't mean that audiences or viewers are stupid, right? Very, very important distinction to make. Just because they may be bad at expressing how they feel about something or why something makes them uncomfortable does not mean that they are dumb enough to simply take anything that they are given, right? But it does mean that in instances like this, where there is a chance for discourse, they are at a distinct disadvantage when it comes to putting forth and asserting their own wants, needs, concerns, and priorities. And here's the thing. One of the things that was, I thought was a little, one of the things that were missing from from False's video when he was talking about Pippi Slayer's response, that I found to be quite, that I noticed, was the fact that, it was a response to the original thread by Kiyomu, and albeit, one day after Pippi made this tweet, right, on the 11th of January, on January the 12th, Kiyomu would end up writing essentially a pretty lengthy response trying to articulate better what the point being made in the original tweet thread that Pippi was quoting actually is, or actually was, right? So in this response to Pippi, Kiyomu says, quote, "Genuine questions beget genuine answers. That's the rule. So here you go. The cartoon is about curation, not literal RP. It's widely misinterpreted by normies just so they can screech about it and pat themselves on the back for being normal. The left panel is more about VTubers who are entertainment forward. This doesn't mean you are forbidden from talking about yourself. A good modern example is Face Connect." I think you're right about that assessment earlier on, Nene Love. They talk about themselves all the time, but the content is mindfully curated, and all the talk is contributory to their personas and entertainment. This panel also depicts boundary setting, which means life sharing is fine and even encouraged as long as you are not distracting from the entertainment. Think about all the time Pecora's mum or Nerissa's siblings showed up. Were they entertaining, or did they demand your attention regarding their personal lives and ask you to react at their pace regarding how they felt about their lives? I think the answer is obvious. You may think it's all natural, life sharing from these talents, but if entertainment took a backseat and boundaries collapsed, the experience would be drastically different. The right panel depicts the socialization forward approach, where the streamer is literally themselves and the focus is the so-called authentic interaction. These fans, no offense, sound like ironic weebs. Now that's not a trend that I myself have observed, but that's interesting. That's interesting. Targeted entertainment for the viewer's sake. Native to VTubing is secondary, and the talents do not believe that curation is needed because 1. They don't think that VTubers are a service in their entertainment. I don't owe you anything as I'm not a performer. And 2. They think it's an actual personal social interaction where, quote, you are my friend and you must like me for me, end quote. Now, 2 things about that particular bit of Kiyomu's response. 1, like I said before, I don't believe that curation versus non-curation is a great way of separating the two, because both quote-unquote sides of that binary involve curation. The only difference is what are the criterion applied in that process of that curation. However, the second thing, I also do think it's a little unreasonable to lump together you are my friend and you must like me for me. There are plenty of instances, rather unfortunately, in society where someone will say you must like me for me, but not with the expectation that you and the other person you're interacting with are going to become friends thereafter, right? So I don't think it's fair to lump those two things together, but I do get what they're saying. The life sharing on the right panel takes on a different flavor as the content revolves around the streamer and not the entertainment for the viewers. Some may overlap, but the intention is by no means the same. You see a good number of replies to the cartoon from viewers saying, quote, I don't want to play therapist for VTubers, end quote. That's exactly what it is, because this kind of sharing usually has no boundaries and is more self-centered. When VTubers in the left panel share stories, they do it, quote unquote, for content. When those on the right panel do it, they want your validation and approval for the actual nitty-gritty details about their personal lives, as if you were their friend. This Kiyomu guy goes beyond. He sounds like some guy on Reddit explaining why his cringe shit hobby is totally valid. Maybe it's a case of misfired demographics, but I do believe that in this particular case, this response did get the reaction that it was seeking from the person it was responding to. Oh look, it's Jess Rant alt account. Look, I understand if you look at the verbosity and even some of the opinions and you go, yeah, this is something that this is something I would say. But there have been instances in the past. I first noticed Kiyomu during the burnt peanut thing during the streamer awards, and when I looked through their profile, there have been posts in the past where they've said explicitly that they are an alt account, right? Now, look, if I were to make an entire Twitter account, I would like to think that I have a more utility-based approach than making an alt account and then declaring that it is an alt. I feel like that negates the main utility of an alt, if you were to make one. But aside from that, yeah, I can see where the resemblance might come from. Stop making sock accounts. In any case, I feel like I've posted similar essay-length things on Main, though, in the past. But in any case, if you strip off the VTuber mask, the contents for these streamers would be no different from those of flesh streamers, who primarily focus on talking about themselves, /vlogging, /life sharing. Again, without knowing it, Kiyomu is actually citing a concept that we talked about earlier on in the stream. Life streaming. And that's basically exactly what this is, right? Choosing what details of, from your personal life, of your personal self, that you want to share with an online audience, an online networked audience, right? optics are stupid, but they are important. People are more willing to listen to you when you are calm, polite, and logical. Yeah, exactly. So in the end, it's about why you stream, whether you curate life sharing, and how you set boundaries rather than some silly claim of being fully in character, kayfabe RP. Also, just for your information, when old gods when old gods say kayfabe, they simply mean how the left panel is handled, not like, mwahaha, I'm an evil demon lord, 24/7. It certainly isn't the ideal word for it, but because it's embedded in the culture, that's the word being used. Let me know if you have any questions. And the reason why I found it surprising that False didn't include any of this response is because this is one that Pippi herself would actually end up responding to, as we'll go into later on. So then, in a reply to this, Kyomu also adds on, also want to add that, ironically, normies claim that the left panel is for parasocial losers, when in fact the right panel is far more parasocial, because it expects the viewers to actually get involved in the emotions and dramas of the streamers' lives, and, if I may add, expects viewers to support these dramas financially. Now, while I don't agree with the idea that the right is more parasocial because of the subject or the object of the attachment, I do agree that it is more parasocial in the sense that the expectation by the creator means that the parasociality flows more in the other direction than it does in the left panel. So, at the end of all of this, right, what this response essentially does is it provides an alternative perspective to the question of what should define the legitimacy of a VTuber. So previously, what I essentially went through was how these three main concerns that people usually default to, especially on VTuber Twitter, medium, time served, self-identification, they are all metrics of legitimacy that are derived from a streamer's point of view. However, what this post essentially did was introduce an alternative from a viewer's perspective, which is, instead of defining whether a VTuber is real or not, or legitimate or not, on the basis, the legitimacy of their use of the medium, instead of defining it based off of medium, time served, or self-identification, is defined according to the following. How much of the decision to use the medium is based around personal utility or personal convenience for the creator, versus how much of it is for the sake of putting on a show for the viewer. Essentially, how much of it is designed to benefit the creator versus how much of it is designed to benefit a viewer. How much of it is designed for it to be some sort of performance, to be seen by an audience, rather than just this thing that people choose to do because it's convenient to them, or because it gives them some sort of utility, right? So, in response to this, obviously this actually did seem to strike some sort of chord, because Pippi Slayer would end up responding saying, it's really hard to understand this from the comic, because I would argue a lot of people who saw it took a completely different message out of it. I would count face talents as part of the second panel because they mention stuff as where they are from, travel, and minor IRL details. The perspective you take from it is, of course, a lot more nuanced and doable as a streamer than the more obvious and implied you should try to never break character. I agree that there are a lot of streamers who tend to overshare in both IRL and VTubing, but I also think that there are non-VTubers who have a streamer persona and even a different way of speaking. Only use stories for entertainment and focus on providing a performance. So I don't think the characteristics of your definition of panel 1 are unique to VTubers, in my opinion. It's just that we do it in a different flavor. I always view these issues from the perspective of a streamer, ding ding ding, and not that of a viewer. Though, so my lens is always, how can I learn from this and do better? So it helps to see viewer perspectives. I want to hope that I'm someone who focuses on entertainment rather than using chat as a therapist to form a codependency, of course. However, I'm also absurdly bad at keeping up roleplay. I'll just naturally say stuff like, I bought my lunch at Lidl today, without even a second of thinking. And in response to this, Kiyomu would again reply saying, Thanks for sharing your perspective. I have talked to the creator of the comic and know for a fact that he watches Hololive, and we all know that most Hololive members don't stick to kayfabe the same way that most people take the literal meaning of the word, the mwahaha I'm a demon lord stuff. It's an unfortunate legacy wording that stuck around in EN because of wrestling, but ultimately what the left panel is really saying is that viewer-centered content creation. I sometimes shitpost and I can be harsh about VTubers who snap defensively at this comic, but with shitposting mask off, yes, I can see why this can be misinterpreted. But this is also a legacy issue of how older fans don't particularly explain the terminology/symbolism well, because they assume that the nuance is common knowledge. As with all things, intention matters. Sharing life can come off drastically differently depending on whether you are doing it because you think it'll entertain or because you want to talk about yourself. If you take intention into consideration, you will observe that most successful corpo VTubers definitely intentionally curate life sharing, even if it comes off naturally in a chat stream. A lot of work has been put into it before it meets the viewers. I think the fact that you want to learn and ask questions first before passing judgment on this comic shows great professionalism and maturity that sets you apart from the vast majority of people who commented on it. I honestly wouldn't worry about the life-sharing part that you do, as you seem to have a good handle on it. And as much as I shitpost, I wasn't exactly joking about the self-report. People who do react to the comic aggressively tend to be the ones who actually fit snugly into the right panel, and they are defensive about being called out, which is why they never ask questions about how to improve. The fact that you are even asking about it pretty much locks you into the category of actively engaging VTubers whom viewers find very hard to hate. Thanks again for taking the time to read my post and share your thoughts. Yeah, I know, right? A mature conversation on Twitter? Amazing! But yeah, no. So again, it is rather interesting that in PP Slayer's response, she herself says explicitly that part of why she doesn't get it is because she was thinking about this from the perspective of a streamer and not that of a viewer. And here's the thing. The reason why it is important to make that distinction between whether this is interpreted through the lens of a streamer's POV or a viewer's POV is because this is not a comic that was made from the perspective of a streamer. This was not a comic that was made from the perspective of a content creator. This was a comic that was made to represent, to express, to convey the thoughts, feelings, and sentiments of a viewer, which is why when you default to looking at it through the perspective of a content creator, you are never going to be able to understand it through any lens other than it is an attack on me and mine, right? So now that we've actually managed to identify that there is a difference between, interpreting things through the lens of a streamer versus interpreting things through the lens of a viewer, now, there are some very interesting things that end up happening to people's interpretations of a particular topic or a particular talking point, depending on whether they are looking at it from the perspective of a streamer or a viewer. Specifically, two things. One, when it comes to the issue of identification, right? What defines what a VTuber is? When you look at when you're looking at things through a streamer's perspective, right? Looking at things through a streamer's perspective tends to up the importance. It makes internal identification more visible in the sense that streamers talk about how they go about defining what they are, how they act, etc., etc. What do they use to define whether they are a VTuber or not, right? So when you're looking at things through a streamer's point of view, internal identification skyrockets in visibility, right? Because fundamentally, you derive your content primarily from yourself. You are your main source of inspiration when it comes to actually making content, and therefore how you see yourself is going to be far more visible than how other people see you. It's going to be far more important than how other people see you. And the reason why I say that is because even though it is plenty important how other people see you, over time, caring too much about external identification, how your audience or how possible audiences may see you, is actually a detrimental trait for a streamer, because it creates brainworms. It makes them overthink. It makes them second-guess themselves. And a streamer that is constantly second-guessing themselves is not a fun streamer to watch. You need to be able to know, to be confident in stating and essentially acting upon what you think you are. So for that reason, even though both of these are significant to the viability of a streamer's profession, right, a streamer's career, this internal identification becomes significantly more visible to the streamer over time than external identification. However, On the flip side, when we're talking about expectations that each of these two parties have for the other, looking at things through the perspective of the streamer has the exact opposite effect, where the expectations of the viewer is significantly more visible than the streamer's expectations of the viewer. So the viewer's expectations of the streamer are a lot more salient, a lot more visible, a lot more often discussed than the streamer's expectations for the viewer. Because if you're streaming professionally as a career, you have to think about what your viewers expect of you. You may not, however, have to reflexively consider what do you expect from your audience, save for they affirm me emotionally and they pay my bills. Maybe, right? Maybe, oh, this is a fun story. I think they'll enjoy hearing it. But that's about it, right? So for the most part, if you look at things through the perspective of a content creator, of a streamer, the streamer's expectations of their audience become less defined than the viewer's expectations of the streamer. And the reason why I bring this up is because very, very rarely do we actually discuss, okay, what do streamers expect from their audience? What do they feel entitled to from their audience? And the reason why we don't talk about this a lot, I suspect a large part of the reason, is because it's not good to talk about, optically speaking. If a content creator goes live and goes, look, when I think about my audience, this is what I expect from them, this is what I feel entitled to, yada, 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 there are very, very few ways that you can dress that up to actually be palatable to an audience, right? It comes off way too self-centered, way too narcissistic, way too entitled, and it makes you less relatable and less appealing to support. So, understandably, a lot of streamers, even though they may subconsciously still have expectations of their audience, they may not voice them out so much. The only exception is when they're trying to state expectations regarding viewer conduct in their community spaces. And that's rather different, because at that point, it's mutually beneficial to both parties, where if you're talking about what is acceptable behavior in your space, since your viewers also occupy that space, they benefit from effective gatekeeping in that regard. Effective gatekeeping and effective rule enforcement. So, but when a streamer is talking about, what do they feel entitled to from their viewers, that is something that almost never gets articulated out loud, because it is essentially PR death to do so for most content creators, unless part of your brand is you're okay with being a bit of a dick. I've said it before, I'll say it again, almost convinced that the art was 4D chess move. I mean, I have that view myself. So, when we actually ask, okay, if we're going to be open and honest, what are most streamers' feelings of expectations and or entitlements towards their viewers, which is under-discussed but undeniably there? We default back to the fact that the relationship between a streamer and a member of their audience is more often than not solely a transactional relationship. Now, it's not now, a lot of people make the mistake of assuming that transactional must also mean dispassionate. That is not the case. When I say transactional, I mean it according to the literal definition of the word. A transaction is occurring. Something is being exchanged in return for something else. Now, the reason why I take pains to emphasize the difference between transactional and dispassionate is because in this relationship between viewer and content creator, one of the things that viewers give to the content creator in return for the content is emotional investment. In other words, viewers actually give a shit, not just about the content, but the person who is making it. That's why even in instances where, you have content creators that have a character, very obviously, that they play on screen, the moment they break if they're popular enough, the moment they break character and actually show some sign of, weakness or distress at something, more often than not, most viewers will actually care. They will react to it immediately and instinctively by going, okay, this person who I like because they give me the things that I like, is going through a tough time. How can I help? Right? So essentially, when you are giving them content, when you're establishing this relationship as a content creator, they don't just give you their money, their time, their watch time, their engagement. They give you their feelings of emotional investment as well. Now, here's the thing. When people are evaluating the relationship between content creators and audiences as a transaction, right? they usually only register money and watch time as resources that the audience is giving to their favorite content creator. And I don't really blame them, because these two are by far the most visible. They're the easiest to measure, right? You can measure how much a content creator receives in terms of memberships and super chats on a monthly basis, or even over the course of a single stream. Similarly, you can look at any social media post and instantly gauge how many impressions it farmed, how many views it got, how much it was liked, or if you're on the creator side and you're actually looking at your creator dashboard, how many people subscribed in response to the content that you put out, right? So these are the most visible, and these are the most often talked about. But the thing that most people don't actually frame or interpret, conceptualize as a form of investment, as a resource that is being given in return for the content, is the emotional investment. Because make no mistake, for the viewer, this is a resource. When you take the step, the leap to caring about something, that is a cost. It may not be a cost that you have to pay immediately when you make the decision to do it, but it is a cost that you may end up paying at some point down the line, regardless. When you feel that your favorite streamer who you've developed a personal liking to is going through a tough time, is going through a struggle, is having something awful happen to them, and you feel for them, that is you, as a viewer, paying the emotional cost of becoming emotionally invested. And that is a normal, I would argue unavoidable part of this transactional relationship between the two parties. And so, here's the thing though. When you understand this as a transactional relationship, where these resources are being exchanged, where the audience's care is expected, or at least one of the premises of this relationship is that the audience is going to care about the content creator, we then get into two very interesting questions to do with how creators approach their audiences, how creators feel about their audiences. And these questions relate to a rather taboo subject, which is the idea of VTubing not as a passion, not as an art form, not as a craft, but VTubing as business, right? And those two questions are, okay, if you're doing this as a job, if you're seeking to establish this transactional relationship with an audience that is going to continue to show up, that is going to continue to engage in that interaction with you, that relationship with you, that transaction with you as a content creator. Two things. One, when a VTuber shares part of their offline life / identity / personal struggles with their audience, how are viewers expected to react? And second, what is the VTuber expecting to be paid for? And how much of that consists of me as I am? Very interesting thing when it comes to questions you can ask VTubers. I suspect that when you ask a lot of VTubers in the West, what is this, how much of yourself goes into your content? A lot of them would probably say, a lot, right? A lot of them may cite themselves, their lived experience, their personality, their mannerisms as a driving force behind the majority of their content, the way that they are on stream. But when you ask them, what do you expect to be paid for? What part of your content do you expect to be paid for? Right? Especially if they're doing this if they see this as a career path, right? If you're doing this, if you see this as a career path, my assumption is you're doing this as a profession. If you're doing this as a profession, my assumption is you expect to be paid. My question then becomes, what do you expect to be paid for? And the same VTubers who end up saying, a lot of my content is based off of who I am as a person, right? I doubt that they are going to respond to the question of what you expect to be paid for with being myself. Because a lot of their content may genuinely come from that, right? It may genuinely come from a combination of their lived experience, their memories, their personality, etc., etc., etc. But when they justify the reasons why viewers give them money, they're not going to default to those things. They're going to default to things like presentation. They're going to default to things like the manner in which they deliver this content to their audience, right? But again, the thing that part of the reason I suspect why this is very uncomfortable to think about, right? What is the VTuber expecting to be paid for, and how much of that consists of, you know, me as I am, right? Them as a person. Is this, when you really boil it down, this means that the VTubers whose content revolves more around their real life personality, their real life being as a human being, right? This, by extension, means you can ask two follow-up questions, which is, do you think that you have a personality worth paying for? And do you think you've lived a life worth paying for? And again, these are uncomfortable questions to answer and uncomfortable questions to ask, because they essentially involve applying a third party's set of possible values and expectations and standards to the content creator. And that's scary, because we don't like when we are held to standards that we did not apply to ourselves, right? Yeah, what expertise or appeal do they have? If they derive the expertise and appeal from who they are as people, okay, does that mean that who you are as a person is something that you deserve to be paid for? And it might very well be. But it requires a degree of honesty to be able to actually admit that, even if only to yourself, that, yeah, I do think that I've lived a life that is worth paying for, you know, paying for me to talk about, right? I do think that I have a personality that I should accept money for, that I'm okay with accepting money for. Because fundamentally, that is a part of what this is. And that's not even going into this first dot point, which is, again, when a VTuber shares part of their personal life with their audience, there is an unspoken agreement that their audience is going to care. And that, well, you know, leaving aside the obvious fact, which is, you know, the unspoken expectation that they are not going to be attacked for it in any way, or criticized by their audience for it, right? There is the expectation that their audience is at least going to be positive, right? Yeah, Kirsha has a life worth paying to hear about. Oh, I agree. Kirsha has certainly have a life that is, to put it very mildly, eventful, right? But you ask most VTubers who describe their lives themselves as the main source of their content, a lot of them are not going to say that. Because the optics around it are horrible. Even if we're being literal, they are quite accurate to the relationship that exists between streamer and audience, right? But again, with the first point, streamers expect, at least to some degree, that their audience is going to give a shit if they talk about something bad that happened to them, right? But then here's the problem. Very often they are right. The audience does give a shit because they have taken a liking to their favorite content creator. They don't just like the content creator as this persona, as this character, as this funny anime woman on the internet, but at least implicitly, in the backs of their minds, they know that this is a real person, and they care about that real person. So, that is where the audience is left in a bit of an awkward spot. Because, oh, Jareen, welcome to the stream. Because if your favorite content creator tells you, look, I've been going through a rough time, here's a struggle that I've been going through recently, what are you expected to do as a member of their audience? What can you do as a member of the audience? How do you contribute towards fixing the problem? And that's without even getting into whether the creator is sharing this with the intention that they want to fix it to begin with. What are you expected to do as a viewer, right? What can you do as a viewer? You can continue to watch. I mean, that adds another body to the CCV, but besides that, what else does it provide? You can donate money, which, again, might help, but largely speaking, donating money is not in and of itself going to make you feel better as a viewer, necessarily. Share sad emojis? That's a funny suggestion. Again, it gives maybe a little bit of affirmation to the streamer, but is it going to fix their problem? Not really. What about leaving a positive comment? Again, same problem. Might make them feel better, but does it give the viewer a sense of sufficient agency? And more, if we're being more utilitarian about it, does it actually change the circumstances of the creator? And here is the thing. A lot of the time, the answer to everything except for money is that it won't change the circumstances of the creator. It might make them feel better about their circumstances, but it's not going to have, in and of itself, a tangible effect on anything. And that's the problem. This witness, listen and understand, sometimes people want to be heard? Yes, but again, that's from the perspective of a content creator. What about the perspective of a viewer? When you hear someone share, confide in you with a problem, because let's not pretend like when a VTuber shares a personal issue, especially one that hasn't been resolved yet, right? There is an underlying expectation that this is a moment of vulnerability, right? And that vulnerability brings with it expectation. Expectation that you are going to view this moment with the respect and acknowledgement of intimacy that it deserves as a viewer. Now, you're not their friend, you're not their boyfriend, their husband, but you, as a fan, are still expected to give a shit, right? So, the whole listening and understanding thing, that's, we get that, right? But what is the viewer expected to do? What happens when someone comes up to you and they confide in you about a problem that they are experiencing? What happens if you care about them? What are you going to do? Now, if you were people who had a friendship in real life, the answer is pretty simple. If they actually want to fix the problem, you identify what circumstances created said problem, and then you begin to create a plan as to how to fix it. And then the problem gets fixed, hopefully, and they don't have to complain about it anymore. They don't have to feel bad about it anymore. It doesn't have to affect them anymore. But can you see how when you say listening and understanding, that only addresses the needs of the content creator, not the need that they have now created in their audience by virtue of sharing that struggle for agency in helping them to fix that problem? And again, this is not something that gets acknowledged a lot when people talk about content creator-viewer relationships. Because, understandably, most discourse surrounding those relationships is spoken about and framed from the perspective of the content creator themselves, right? It helps the viewer understand who they are watching. I mean, sure, yeah, for sure it does. But does it make them feel better about it, is the question, right? And up to a certain point, the problem is, it might not. Very, very prominent example from last year. The whole Cinder drama. I've talked about this ad nauseum, so I'm not going to go into too much detail. I've had, I think one of my recent previous streams, I do talk about it again, so if you want me to elaborate on it a bit more, you can check out the VOD on that. But to put it very bluntly, the Cinder drama did not need to be made public. That private falling out between friends should have stayed private. But when it went public, when people like Bao, like Shy Lily, like Nanoless went public and said, I have been wronged by this person who I thought was a friend, what was the unspoken expectation of the audience? That you are going to give a shit. And a lot of people gave a shit. People burned merch that they had purchased because they gave a shit. Do you think that those people benefited from an increased understanding of who they are watching? I have doubts about that one. But again, the point is that when a VTuber chooses to share that struggle, very often what doesn't get discussed in this space is the cost of that on the viewer, because there is a cost, right? It's not a cost that is fashionable to discuss, but there is very much one. There is a sense of emotional burnout that you risk every time you do that. And so, one other thing actually that I think is probably worth touching on as well is something that I've alluded to multiple times in the past. Again, probably we'll look to do a dedicated stream on this in the future at some point, but for now, as to how it pertains to this particular talking point. Gender dynamics in this industry. There's no avoiding it, right? not very fashionable to acknowledge, because it's not very fashionable to discuss how men and women fundamentally seem to approach the same problems in different ways. But when you look at the gender dynamics of this industry, in terms of how the demographics add up between audience versus talent, there is a very, very clear split between the two. There is a preponderance of women among the talent pool, and there is a preponderance of men in the audience. Most VTubing audiences, most VTubing viewers are men. Most VTubing talents are women. There is, however, a problem that emerges when you have those two, that split in demographic, and when they both approach the same thing, which is problem solving. For the most part, and again, this is a generalization, but it's a generalization that is true often enough to might as well be regarded as a fact. When women share problems, what they seek is usually catharsis and affirmation. They want someone to listen to them, to make them feel heard, and to affirm that, yeah, what you're going through is rough. It hasn't been ignored. I understand that it's rough, and, you know, you are seen, right? I can see that you're going through a problem. The way that you've responded is valid. I understand why you feel that way. You know, you don't have to worry about being alone or unseen or ignored, right? And the thing is, many women will be okay with just the catharsis. For a lot of women, a problem shared is a problem halved. However, with men, we are not hardwired in that manner. For men, we are hardwired to try to fix the problem, not just to acknowledge it. If someone comes to us saying that they are going through something, our first response tends to be, okay, what do you want to do about it? Or, okay, how can we change the circumstances so that it's no longer a problem, right? How do we get the problem to stop, as opposed to how do we make you feel better about said problem? That's the way that most men are hardwired when it comes to problems. We are hardwired to problem solve, not problem hear. And so when it comes to that fundamental interaction, a lot of the issue with how you interact with another person online is that interaction where a streamer tells their audience about a problem that they're having, then they go offline, they do whatever, and then the next day they come back and they stream something else as normal, right? That is an interaction that occurs very often in this space, and it disproportionately satisfies and or aligns with how women tend to approach problems compared to how men tend to approach problems. Because if you think about it from the perspective of a male viewer, you've just heard that someone you care about has a problem. What do you do about it? Donate? Leave a kind comment. That's it. There's no guarantee that either of those things is actually going to fix the problem. Maybe that same VTuber ends up complaining about the exact same problem 3 or 6 or 8 months down the line. But again, you're kind of limited in terms of your agency, right? And so, because of the gender dynamics of the industry, you do get a significant amount. Again, this is not something that I think people discuss a lot. But you do get a significant amount of mismatch between how women tend to communicate their problems versus a man's expectation or men's expectation that something is going to be done about those problems, right? Or a man's desire to try to do something about the problem. Which again, heightens that sense of, well, for want of a better way of describing it, impotence among the viewers. Because if someone you care about is going through something, you know about it, but you can't do anything about it, well, you're kind of stuck. The only solution is to keep feeling bad for the person. And the thing is, many men are not going to be okay with just doing that over an extended period of time. It creates burnout. It creates resentment. And over the course of an extended period of time, it is possibly going to alienate the male audience from a female content creator. Which is why it is very important to consider things like, what does a VTuber expect the audience, how does a VTuber expect their audience to respond when they share a problem? How do they choose to frame that problem? In the sense that when you share, with their audience a problem through the lens of, I'm sure I can fix this at some point, but I guess it's funny to listen to. That's a lot easier to stomach for your audience than, look, here is something that's really, really bothering me, and I don't know how to fix it. Right? So again, these things are not often acknowledged out loud. They're not often discussed, on stream, because, well, most of the people doing the discussing, most of the people doing the streaming are not people who would benefit from talking about these things out loud, right? It would look bad. It would make them look too self-centered, too narcissistic. But again, these are both very valid things to consider when you are trying to comprehend the relationship, the transactional relationship that exists between viewer and content creator. When you don't acknowledge it, you open yourself up to being blindsided by it, especially when it goes wrong. And so, when it comes to all of this, the only thing, well, one of the biggest things that emerged out of me paying attention to this particular quote-unquote discourse was, well, to be honest, I think that kayfabe versus no kayfabe is a horrible binary to use in an attempt to try and define what VTubing is, especially to people in the West. Because, one, it tries to essentially clumsily graft over a concept that originates from a completely different form of performance, theater, or media, right? But on the other hand, it also is victim to, it falls victim to the same problem that I identified halfway through the stream, which is that most of the time when we are talking about the relationship between streamer and viewer, we interpret definitions and expectations through the lens of how they would appear when you're looking at it from the perspective of a content creator, not a viewer. And so, I would like to propose a slightly different way of trying to define what a VTuber is, or different categories of what a VTuber is. Right, as a medium. And like with most things I end up suggesting on stream when I'm trying to come up with, functional frameworks to think of something or explain something, it takes the form of a spectrum. Specifically, a spectrum of mediation. How is the use of VTubing applied? And specifically, what I'm proposing is a spectrum of three different points with regards to how VTubing as a medium is handled, and how that handling reflects the intentions of the creator towards the audience, in order to account for the fact that VTubers, that relationship between VTuber and audience is something that requires two parties in order to be functional, right? And the 3 points on this spectrum are VTubing as an aesthetic, VTubing as a medium, and VTubing as an art form. At the very bottom, VTubing as an aesthetic, this is the most superficial use of the virtual avatar, right? It may or may not even borrow the aesthetics of anime, which is the parent medium of VTubing. It is done purely for the sake of convenience for the creator that is using it. It is usually very low commitment and, as a result, very easily accessed. However, people are also going to be more dismissive of it. In exchange for wider appeal, it also has in exchange for wider appeal, it also has more intense alienation. A very obvious example of this, everyone instantly recognizes Pokimane, right? Pokimane VTuber model. I would barely even refer to it as VTuber model, right? Because of the fact that it doesn't even bother to adhere to the aesthetics of it, right? Yeah, basically a normie or a streamer with an avatar. I'm including people who basically use the VTuber as like this little sort of goblin that inhabits the corner of the screen while they stream something IRL, right? And if that is their routine, if that's their default way of streaming, then yeah, I'd view that as VTubing as just an aesthetic rather than anything else, right? Then you have, in the middle, VTubing as a medium, right? Basically, VTubing, because of its unique utility as a form of communication. This is where a VTuber is not quite playing a character, will probably integrate a lot of how they are off stream as well, but they are utilizing VTubing because of its unique benefits as a medium. The fact that it is integral when it comes to maintaining your privacy, right? Keeping a lid on your real life identity, as well as exploiting the fact that it uses these drawn models with toggles as a way of expressing yourself for the entertainment of your audience, right? And I think that Pippa is a pretty good example of this middle ground between VTubing as an aesthetic and VTubing as an art form, right? She isn't just using it because she feels like it or because it's convenient, but she actually bothers to adhere to it for cultural reasons because she's invested in that side of the medium as well, and also because, well, Pippa's never posted photos of her face or even of most of her body, which means that she retains the fundamental utilities of the medium as it exists. And, you know, even though she makes full use out of the model in terms of the toggles, integrating the premise of it into her mannerisms, right? You know, the rabbit focus, etc., etc. She also is very comfortable talking about aspects of her non-streamer life to her audience on stream, right? She will talk about things like experiences with, she'll talk about her truck, she'll talk about interactions that she's had with strangers on the street. She'll talk about, for example, conversations she's had with her parents, etc., etc. She's very comfortable sharing that information about herself, in spite of the fact that she is a very close adherent to the medium and a beneficiary of all of its strengths. She leverages all of those to a very comfortable extent. And then finally, on the other extreme, VTubing as an art form. Basically, VTubing, with its idiosyncrasies, adhered to such a strict standard that if you were to try to remove the medium, it would make zero sense. Most obvious example of this, modern day Fuwamoka, right? Most of Hollow falls between dogs and Bipkin Bippa. We'll get to that in a second. You've actually touched on something that I'm about to talk about. But yeah, so again, this is, Fuwamoko utterly committed to the bit, right? They are on stream. They are the demon dog twins, right? One is fuzzy, one is fluffy. That is essentially the core of their premise, and a premise that they never stray far away from when they are within earshot of a stream that is currently live, right? And so this is the most, well, if you want to say, for want of a better way of describing it, the purest, most intense form of VTubing that attempts to fully leverage the things that make it unique, right? So when you're talking about where a VTuber is placed along these, one of the ways in which you can conceptualize this spectrum is between medium and there is obviously overlap between the two, but for the most part, between medium and aesthetic is where you find creator-centric applications of VTubing. VTubing where the use of the medium is mostly defined and mostly designed by the intention of making the creator's life easier in some way, because the creator derives some form of personal benefit or convenience from the use of this specific medium, with aesthetic VTubing as aesthetic being right at the bottom, because that is the most base, most cynical, most, for want of a better way of describing it, most selfish use of the medium for the sake of its creator, its pilot, right? However, on the other end of the spectrum, between medium and art form, you have viewer-centric applications of the medium, where the use of a virtual avatar or a virtual model is not because necessarily it gives some form of benefit to the pilot, but more so because it allows them to perform something for the benefit, for the entertainment of the viewer. And so, naturally, this is, it's very difficult to put a creator on average, it's very difficult to put a creator discreetly in one place and assume that they will sit there for all of their career, because it is possible for a creator to move back and forth between different points of the spectrum. However, I do feel like this spectrum and the delineations that I've made in general are a bit more helpful to comprehending why people have an issue with certain forms of VTubing than just kayfabe or no kayfabe, east or west, etc., etc., etc. Because like with most things, there is nuance to this. However, the neat thing about the spectrum is that it is not just a spectrum. It is also, coincidentally, a seesaw. Because these two different extremes, I suppose, as to how VTubing is, viewed, conceptualized, used as a medium. Depending on which entities in the space you are listening to, you are paying attention to, they will end up pushing the medium or trying to essentially weigh the medium down, give more gravity to one of the two extremes. For example, corporations in this space, especially the Japanese ones, Anycolor, Cover Corp, Vispo, right? Even FaZe, they tend to weigh down the seesaw on the end of making VTubing adhere more to being an art form. And the reason is because, by very nature of contractual obligations, right? Essentially what contractual obligations, things like confidentiality clauses, maybe certain PL restrictions or whatever, they essentially end up putting up, contractually, a hard wall over here where it essentially prevents the content creator from encroaching over in this direction and sharing too much of who they are. Because if they do so, it might pose a bit of a security risk for themselves, other members of the corporation, or just the corporation itself, right? So usually through things like confidentiality clauses, NDAs, contractual obligations, corporations end up enforcing a bit of a hard line on this part of the spectrum where their talents go no further. And partially for that reason, partially because they also make their talents adhere to a code of professionalism that is designed explicitly, in some cases, around creating a certain image of the brand of themselves for the benefit of the audience that is going to be financing their continued existence, it leans more into the direction of being an art form, right? However, when you look at indies, or especially the more vocal advocates of indie supremacy in the industry, they tend to try and weigh it more in the direction of VTubing as an aesthetic, because, to be blunt, it is more cynically convenient. It makes the medium more accessible. It makes it so that people are more capable of leveraging it to attain an audience based off of nothing more than just relaying who they are as people. It creates an atmosphere where acceptance is the social norm rather than the earned exception. And as a result, indies especially are very heavily incentivized to want, especially in the West, are very heavily incentivized to want to push the idea, the philosophy, that VTubing as an aesthetic is the most correct way of applying the medium, of using the medium. And usually between these two broad groups, again, there is overlap. Some indies are very pro VTubing as an art form, and some corporations do end up contributing more to the skewing of VTubing towards being an aesthetic. Now, admittedly, most of those corporations are dead, but they still did exist at some point. Now, usually between these two broad categories of entities, right? Does Evanito even count as a VTuber? Aesthetically, sometimes he does present himself as one. So, when it comes to this, as this sort of scale or seesaw or whatever, these two broad groups tend to balance one another out in terms of influence. Sometimes the corporate side has a major scandal, something like Selengate, and the balance kind of tips more in the favor. Sorry, give me a second, just switch over. Balance tips more in the favor of people beginning to attribute more gravitas and weight to the opinion that, okay, maybe VTubing as an aesthetic is the better way of doing things. More freedom for VTubers is probably a better way of doing things. Then sometimes independent VTubers leverage that freedom to make an ass out of themselves, and it swings in the opposite direction where people go, okay, I did not sign up to watch, Rear Palace Drama 2.0, but something, coded in the modern day with ethos instead of concubines. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's better to just tune in whenever they've got their stuff under control, or if there's an external force making them adhere to keeping their stuff under control, and it tips in the opposite direction, right? But generally speaking, the two keep each other balanced out. And generally speaking, there is a pretty even split, at least from what I've observed, in terms of portions of the audience that skew more towards this end than skew more towards the other end, right? Because at the end of the day, people can say what they like about how much they care and or believe in the value of freedom and self-expression. Sorry, give me a second. Sorry, I choked there. But yeah, so yeah, people in general can say whatever they want about how much they agree and or endorse and or will personally go out of their way to support the value of freedom and the importance of self-expression and yada yada yada. But at the end of the day, when you're just done with your 9 to 5, you want some content that can help you unwind, and you want a cute anime girl to keep you company through the evening, doing cute anime girl things, just have on in the background while you go through some banal task, right? You just want consistent entertainment. And when it comes to consistency, admittedly, corpos are usually king. So, when it comes to this conceiving of the industry, conceiving of how people perceive the medium, I do think that this is perhaps a more useful way of thinking about it than just some strict binary or dichotomy between, oh, corpo, indie, kayfabe, kayfabe or real person, quote unquote. Kayfabe, no kayfabe, east or west, yada yada yada. I do feel like this is a little bit more. It has more room for nuance, right? The dichotomy only really began existing after 2020. Before that, VTubing was not only way more tightly knit, but also controlled almost 100% by corpos. Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, the pandemic gave people a reason to try and make it more accessible, Gave people a massive, well, not only a reason, but a lot of opportunity to make it more accessible. Well, now we have the industry in the way that it currently exists. But yeah, in other words, hopefully what this has succeeded in doing is manage to reintroduce or forcibly inject a little bit more nuance into this overarching discussion. Hopefully I've managed to illustrate my point that simply conceiving of the initial image and the ensuing response as just A or B, black or white, one or two, good or bad, is a very overly simplistic way of conceiving of it that, in my opinion, does a disservice to our ability to understand the industry and the medium as a whole. Because when it comes to VTubing, we can all have arguments about which is the real form of VTubing, what is the more authentic way of VTubing, and I do think that that is an important conversation to have. But for the sake of utility, for the sake of having clearer lines that can be used for gatekeeping, because I do believe that there need to be lines that are clear to draw in the sand for the purposes of gatekeeping, and also for the purposes of making it a little bit harder for people to worm their way through sophistry into gaining or claiming legitimacy when they don't actually earn it for themselves in this industry. I do think that giving this discussion its proper nuance is beneficial in the long term. And even if nothing else, it satisfies my own personal need to be able to articulate some of the dynamics that are at play, some of the incentives, some of the things that are often glossed over when people try to conceptualize and describe the intricacies of the relationships that exist between viewer and content creator. More specifically, I think that this way of defining things gives a bit of weight to the often ignored thing that is the fact that, well, when you look at, sometimes looking at things through a viewer's perspective is probably a good idea, in the sense that, well, it's very often under-acknowledged while also still being very influential in people's careers in this space and in the space's continued existence in general. However, if I'm just going to put on the mask for a second and just go back to being sardonic and shitposting, at the end of the day, the main takeaway from this, one of many, but perhaps the most salient one, is that maybe, just maybe, based off of the way that most people responded to this Rorschach test that was that image, nuance is not for everyone. But neither is VTubing. So there. Oh, actually, okay. So, Pavlo, that's the fact that you brought up Dizzy earlier. One of the things that I want to sort of go through, right, with this particular meter. Actually, I'll use this as a sort of exercise to illustrate what I mean when I talk about how sometimes it can be difficult to define where a specific content creator may land on this, right? Hold on. Give me a second. Because you did bring up Dizzy, and I feel like Dizzy is an excellent case study to illustrate what I mean when I talk about how the spectrum can be used to define where a VTuber, how a VTuber, or where a VTuber lands, / how they use the medium that they engage in. So, give me a second. Let me just pull some things up. Just grabbing a few screenshots to better illustrate my point. In the end, Chairman should do a karaoke stream. That's all that matters. I love Val, but she can be such a hypocrite sometimes. It's okay. At the end of the day, these are not people who we're friends with or who we're dating. They're just funny internet content creators. So hypocrisy need not get in the way of your enjoyment of them, right? A little bit of hypocrisy. Well, I lie. If I, it's not quite fair to say a little bit of hypocrisy never hurt any content creator because, well, I mean, that's just not true. But I think that with most content creators, whether they are a hypocrite or not, is not going to be the defining thing that makes or breaks their appeal. Okay, let me give an example of a content creator that may make it a little bit difficult, or that showcases what I mean when I say that this is a little bit more complex than A or B, black or white, one or two, good or bad. In the meantime, VTuber Onision doubles down and calls down on hating him, man. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say VTuber Onision just yet. But yeah. Oh, hi, Bodman, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Hold on. Let me try and find it. Okay. I have to scroll through the live stream tab for a second. Try and find what it is I am looking for. Where is it? Trying to find one of her. Trying to find one of Dizzy's. One of her specific RP streams. Okay, hold on, give me a second. I think this should do it. Hopefully this does it. No, this doesn't do it. Fuck. Okay. Man, where is this? I need to find the VOD. Hold on, give me a second. Was there a VTubing scene in 2016? Bro, forgot about Keys 9, the 4 goddesses. Yes. The 4 heavenly kings. Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright. Where is this stream? Okay, good. Okay, I have it. Alright. So, okay. To give you an example of what I mean when I say that the spectrum is not as simple as just, is this VTuber one or the other, right? Let's take a specific VTuber. I'm curious as to what you guys are going to say. Okay, so let's take a VTuber like, for example, Dizzy Dockerer, right? From FaZe. FaZe Invaders Wish. Okay. Because Pavlo brought up Dizzy earlier. If we were to go with a specific content creator, right? Let's say Dizzy. Where would you guys put her on this spectrum? Actually, let me make it easy. I'll put up a poll in chat and I'll make it easier for you to pick a position. So, let's say that aesthetic is 1, let's say that medium is 2, and let's say that art form is 3. In terms of how Dizzy is a VTuber, how she uses, the being a VTuber for her content and her brand, where would you put her on the spectrum? Let me make a poll in chat. 1, 2, 3. Where? I'll just leave that going for a few seconds. What did the sides mean? Oh, okay, in case you weren't around earlier. VTubing as an aesthetic, you're basically only using it for the sake of convenience or because it has some sort of utility for you as a pilot, right? Medium, when you use VTubing with the explicit intention of leveraging its benefits, its unique strengths as a medium, while also being comfortable with, sharing aspects of who you are behind the screen, right? Aesthetic is almost entirely, you don't change who you are behind the screen at all. You're just basically donning the VTuber avatar as a skin, right? And then finally, the third art form is when you stick very closely to the uniqueness of you stick very closely to the unique idiosyncrasies, strengths, and etc. of the medium, to the point where if you were to take the medium away, your content simply would not make sense, right? Okay, a lot of people in chat are saying 2, somewhere around 2. That seems to be the consensus on the poll as well. Yeah, a lot of people are saying 2. Surprised at these results? Okay, but here's the thing. That's actually a little bit of a trick question. Because where a VTuber lands on these, even though you can make an overall, you can say overall where a VTuber lands when you look at the totality of their content. But if you want to be hyper-specific, generally speaking, you can place a VTuber at various different points of the spectrum, depending on even which individual stream you are looking at. I'll give 3 as an example, right? Okay, hold on, let me pull them in. Just illustrate my point. Okay, so let's take these 3 streams that Dizzy has done. I'll just sum up the premise as well for each of them as well. Okay, so... oh, fuck. Okay, this is not quite the right one. But... oh, wait, no, I screenshot the wrong one. Sorry, give me a second. Let me find a more suitable example of what I mean. Okay. I wish that YouTube gave you an option of going through things by length. Okay, okay. All right, let's go with this. Okay. All right, I have a better example now, one that is more suited to the point that I am making. Okay, so let's say, for example, you have these 3 streams. One of them is a Dizzy RP stream, right? Well, 2 of them are Dizzy RP streams, but one is a very specific kind. Okay, so this stream is basically a collab with Pippa, where both of them were just talking about, the industry, right? And they were both out of character. They were just talking about their experiences with the industry, various things about the industry, etc., etc., etc. Basically, a meta discussion on VTubing as a profession, right? This is an RP stream where Dizzy pulls out Urara, who is her previous manager identity, and has this sort of and acts out a back and forth between said manager and her, where Urara is giving her a performance review, right? And this is an RP stream where she's basically just, in character and doing a scenario. This would likely go closer to 3 because of the fact that, this is her in character with a specific scenario that she is acting out. This is, there is this, with most VTuber RPs, there is this sort of nod, wink, acknowledgement, agreement between audience and the talent that yeah, this isn't exactly going to be, high theater in the sense of a Shakespearean play at the Rose, but there is still a commitment to a bit, a performance that the performer has thought through, prepared, and is very committed to performing for their entertainment, right? So, utterly in character, that doesn't stray from that fundamental premise, whatever. This RP stream, however, is probably somewhere in the middle between 2 and 3, because it is still RP. It is still a theatrical performance, right? It's a scenario that is a bit that is being committed to, but it is a bit that is reliant on not just acknowledging the medium's idiosyncrasies, the idea of past lives, the idea that VTubing, past lives in VTubing are not just a case of a different model, but even embodying a slightly different person, right? But also not just acknowledging that, but playing off of that as well, acknowledging the fact that at the end of the day, VTubing is still an industry in a sort of, again, a wink wink nudge nudge, here's a peek behind the curtain type thing, right? So for that reason, I would put it halfway between medium and art form. And then out of context chat, I would put it probably slightly to the left of medium. Because again, neither Dizzy nor Pippa have ever compromised the fundamental utilities of what a VTuber model provides in the sense of privacy, right? The actual uses of the medium are still there, are still retained, but this is a stream that is explicitly done, without the intention of playing a character. It's explicitly done with the intention of acknowledging, discussing, exposing even, if you want to use that word, some of the more banal realities of what it is like to do this as a job, not just to occupy this as a role or whatever, right? So for that reason, yes, they are still both fully utilizing the medium, but they are also sharing they are also sort of peeking, allowing the audience to peek behind the curtain a little bit when it comes to that. Yeah, kind of like a 1.8, right? So again, it's not as clear cut as just, is any VTuber just in one spot, right? It's not as easy as just, okay, I've seen this VTuber flesh stream, therefore they must be 1, 2, or 3. Sometimes, depending on the VTuber in question, where you put them may differ depending on which pieces of content you're basing your judgment off of, right? And individual pieces of content may land at different portions of the spectrum. So, the way that I would generally do this is if I was giving numerical values to the spectrum in order to have increments, for example, I would probably, let's say, for example, that I took her 10 most viewed live streams, then I categorized them on the spectrum accordingly, and then I averaged out the positions of them in order to come up with one final numerical total between 1 and 3 that would allow me to place Dizzy as an entire, as a sole creator in one particular portion of this, this spectrum. Right, and then do the same thing for other content creators as well. Go onto their channels, top 10 most viewed live streams, then do the same thing over and over, etc., etc., etc. But again, there is nuance to this, right? It's not as simple as, like I said, it's not as simple as a series of binaries, right? And it does require some degree of thought put into what it is they do, the specifics of what they do, how do they perform, what is their on-screen identity, what is their personal brand, etc., etc., etc. Well, yeah. Alternatively, you could just use the last few streams as well, right? Taking the 10 most recent streams is... Well, actually, yeah, now that you raised that as a possibility, that is probably a better metric when it comes to judging what a VTuber is like now compared to overall if we were to take the entirety of their career, right? So that is, if I wanted to make an assessment as to where a VTuber would land on the spectrum now, in current day, then yeah, I'd take their 10 most recent streams. But if I were to just look at where a VTuber lands overall, then I'd look at their 10 most viewed VTuber streams. Although I would keep it restricted to on a by persona basis. So for example, a VTuber's PL account, I would assess separately to their current account, or to their corporate account, I should say. But yeah, that's how I would apply this particular metric in order to try and measure where a VTuber lands. Do it now. I suppose I could. I suppose I could. Yeah. So Dizzy's all three her ranges brought. She doesn't go towards this end though. She doesn't just use VTubing as an aesthetic. I don't think she's ever strayed past, like, you know, probably about here at most in terms of the streams that she's done. So take the three witches. Actually, yeah, Seance is a great example, right? Seance is an example of something that's probably around this spot as well, because again, it has to do with part of the meaning is derived from playing off of the VTuber, you know, the VTuber convention of having past lives or different models, right? Different models but same performer, past life but same performer, right? If you take that aspect of the medium out of Seance, the bit literally makes no sense, right? So, yeah, I'd class it somewhere between medium and art form. The same way that I would class the end. But yeah, so makes me wonder where I am in the scale. I'd put you like here, because I don't think that you're donning it just as an aesthetic. I don't think if you took the VTubing out of your streams, they would still, you know, they would still function basically the same. So yeah, I'd probably put you around 2. To be fair, I would put most VTubers around 2. Myself, well, I'd maybe put myself like around here, because of the fact that I'm not even a VTuber proper, right? I'm just a PNG tuber, or I'm probably closer to a rant Sona technically than I am to a PNG tuber / VTuber in the formal sense of the word. But yeah, I agree, Ferguson. Seance was Kino. Seance was Kino. First and best sleep stream I have ever watched. I'd say the more they go 1, the harder the line gets drawn before 3. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I would put most to 1. To be fair, if I'm talking Twitch VTubers, then yeah, most of them I would class as 1. But if I were to talk VTubers in the West in general, then I'd put most of them at 2, probably. I'd say you're medium. I think that's a little overly generous. Mike Laura, thank you for the 10. I know you just moved past it, but I couldn't use my phone at work. Lol, just want to say how crazy it is that the saying, a picture speaks more than 1,000 words, could backfire in so many interpretations. Yeah, I agree. But the thing is, I mean, technically the saying still holds up, right? That picture was saying 1,000 words. It's just a lot of that 1,000 was, you know, conflicting, you know? So, yeah. Saying holds up, but in a bit of a different way to the way that it's usually interpreted. In any case, I think I've almost hit sauna time, so I think I'm okay to end stream here. A little bit shorter than my usual streams, but again, I hope I've done a decent job at illustrating my point, as well as my grievances with the main ways in which this topic was discussed when it was still popular to talk, the in thing to talk or rant about on Twitter. But in any case, let me switch over to the headhorse screen. I'm just going to take a quick look to see if I missed any supers or memberships over the course of me yapping. I think I've gotten through all of them. Thank you for your generosity once again, you guys. It is very much appreciated. You make what I do possible, so... The sauna has been denied. Quick stole him. Chairman's first short. I'm so proud of you. It's so funny because I look back at my older streams and they're all like, what, like 2 hours, 3 hours, maybe around just under 4 hours. And now the the expectation has become that I do like 5 hours plus. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. I've also noticed that when I compare my older VODs to this, to my more recent ones, I think my voice has changed quite, well, not quite significantly, but a fair bit. I feel like my voice has changed a fair bit. It does, I feel like it feels harsher. It feels harsher than it did right at the beginning. Though maybe it's because I've gained more practice at just speaking for hours on end. I usually expect 8 with you. Look, I think I did like, what? Oh, I don't think there are that many streams that I've done that are 8 hours or more. Michael, thank you for the 10. Imagine instead of quote tweeting the way that they did, VTubers responded to that picture with their own picture. It would be funny seeing them misinterpreted the same way as they did the OG picture. Yeah, that's true. But then again, it's Twitter, right? What do you expect? People are not going to, for the most part, if they're responding to something that looks like a shitpost, they're not going to. They're going to drop a one-liner maybe, and then that's about it. Very few people are going to be bothered actually pulling up some sort of drawing app and then actually making a retort that way, or writing an essay in response or something. Spider Tales, thank you for the 5. Here's your mandatory transactional audience interaction. It's very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Or thank you for the 5. Who said 25? I mean, it's technically 4 more minutes until we reach sort of time, so whatever. In the meantime, actually, hold on. Let me look for people that I can send you guys off to after I do end stream. Oh, by the way, next week we are going to be talking about Mythos, an agency that actually, as a funny contrast to the past 2 stream topics that I've done. So, whereas we were previously talking about how transparency does seem to be a rather ineffective strategy when it comes to PR and communications in this industry, we are actually going to be talking about one of the least transparent companies to exist on this side of the industry, so that should be fun. But yeah, Mythos has actually announced some rather interesting developments over the past few days. One of them being a collaboration, a 3-way collaboration, between Luminara, another rather small Ian startup, and VNU, of all companies, which will be interesting to see. But yeah, in addition to that, they've also, as of I think earlier today, announced that Hades would be graduating from the company, which I can't say is a surprise, but is also, I mean, well, it's not a great sign for how much the company is going to be able to bounce back from almost dissolving in October of 2025, but I mean, well, I guess we'll see how they end up doing after she leaves. Mythos, you say? Yeah, so that's what next week is going to be, so formal announcement as usual to come sometime tomorrow. I'll also be timestamping this VOD later today, so if you missed a portion of the stream earlier, don't worry. If you just want to catch up on the VOD, it's going to become more usable or more viewable by tomorrow, hopefully. Master, thank you for the 5. I want to ask, I'll be honest, the Curio thing is a fucking nothing burger. I foresee a Google Docky in that one's future. The only question is going to be whether he's the author or the feature. But yeah, no, it's I think it's a nothing burger. It's just yet again another person who's performatively shitting on men because, you know, it's Twitter, right? Makiris, thank you for the 5. Showing my transactional appreciation for the chairman. Thank you. I feel very transactionally appreciated. But yeah. I will say though, on the Curio thing, I find it hilarious how how he will tweet out, yeah, men don't get enough hate, and then later on say, every time I get hate, it's from a man. I'm like, oh, yeah, almost like there's some sort of cause and effect relationship between those two things. But yeah, in any case, next week is going to be Mythos stream, basically looking over how it came onto the scene, its reputation, as well as what seems to be its slow decline, unbeknownst to most people. But yeah. Actually, Noose is live at the moment playing Cyberpunk. So, I'm going to send you guys over to Noose's stream. Behave. I want you to blend in seamlessly. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. Thank you for tuning in to this one. I get that the topic may have been a little bit of a last minute addition to the stream schedule, the monthly stream schedule, whatever equivalent of that is, whatever passes for the equivalent of that on this channel. But yeah, Otsu Chair. I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye.